Good afternoon. Please attention. We start our forum with interesting name. Fund of Energy Efficiency as a key startup of Ukraine. Here we have the dynamics in this name. The startup, this is which is associated with the private business and private initiative, but now in this project the key role is played by the state, and to what extent we will be thoroughly following that this state startup shall be efficient. A lot of things is dependent upon that, whether it will work out, or as one state guy from the neighboring country said, we want it as better, but still receive the same result. So I will call the president here to be more active, to prepare questions to the speakers, since we have now is a star panel. Even I would like to say that it recollects me the field visit of the cabinet of ministers. So everybody has come. We are waiting for 2 or 3 participants to join, and now I'd like to present you the participants, the speakers from the left to the right. Andrei Pyshny, head of Savings Bank of Ukraine. Together with him there will be Mr. Peter Wagner, who is joining us later. Peter Wagner is heading the support group in the European Commission to Ukraine. Together with Mr. Wagner, we see Mr. Jürgen Kreinhorst. Jürgen Kreinhorst, this is the head of division in the Ministry of Ecology of Germany. So we are waiting also for the head of Naftogaz, Mr. Kobarev, Vladimir Groisman. His Excellency Vladimir Groisman, the Prime Minister, and a few applause to the Vice Minister, Mr. Gennady Zubko. This is who's provided such presence of ministers, Mr. Rozenko, Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Dmitro Vovk, this is our regulator, Alexander Dombrovsky, Olga Belkova, and Mr. Alexei Ryabchin. So our member of parliaments, they don't need to be presented, to be introduced. We will have 3 working languages: Ukrainian, English and Russian. And now I'd like to give floor to Mr. Groisman. Good afternoon, esteemed friends. This is very responsible speech in front of this audience. In fact, I think that it's very good that today there are so many people that who pay attention to our energy efficiency. I think that we can talk a lot about quality of life in our country, but all of us, we need to be conscientious of the one thing, that the quality of life can be only when Ukraine should have a robust economy. The result of the robust economy, we will be investing into quality of life of human being, quality education, healthcare, quality environment, city environment, development of small communities, transportation, energy, many other spheres of our life. In fact, as a matter of fact, there are two ways that we can use in public policy. First, this is to fight for the success of the country, to develop national economy, to create such a system which would produce a national product and invest into quality of life. Maybe to perform something else, just talk about the fact that tomorrow everybody will be okay, maybe even make some steps in order to today to give some increase of something to somebody, but not provide the competency of our economy. Could our country be economically strong, competent, if able to compete, if you are not energy efficient? So ask a question and give the response. Of course not. So the question of energy efficiency is very important to our independence, to our economic institutional force. In that regard, we can analyze last more and something years and recollect what has been done. Unfortunately, we did not much in order to be able to compete in our conditions. We cannot, in crazy consumption of energy resources, we cannot develop the economy. We are not able to compete. We need to save. We need to do everything possible that every energy resource of our country would be used to maximum effect. Then we would be able to compete. Many countries of the developed countries in the world, they are working in order to work on renewables. Ukraine consumes a record amount of natural gas, other energy resources, which is at starting position in disable us. You know that the government is one of the first steps initiated not a popular decision, but very correct towards the Ukraine, a market price for the gas to the source which is absolutely traditional energy to Ukraine. Why we did it? Because when the price for gas was not a market one, by the calculation of the experts, Ukraine lost at least $50 billion. And when you talk today about the fact that we need to invest into efficiency of energy consumption, we talk by different calculation, 120 billion euro we need. So half of the sum for 20 years we already spent into the air. The money has gone. Today everybody talks that we need to fight corruption. I agree. I do agree. Because corruption takes the possibility for our future. But when we did one of the main anti-corruption steps, at the point that we level up the price for the gas and made it market, because 2-3 prices would be the basis for abuse, who would purchase and sell the gas. They've been writing this for the population, trading to commercial consumers, and every year we had such resources from $500 to $1 billion. Market price for the gas gives us the possibility from one hand to fight corruption in the gas and oil sector and to initiate the mechanism of energy conservation. We need less consume, but the quality of services should be better, and this is precondition when in this area we will have market models in place. Next position, we need to develop our own ability to increase the upstreams of Ukrainian gas, to invest into renewables. More than 60 billions of gas cubic meters were used to upstream. This is about 14 billion. So such a sharp decrease we have, because in this area we had corruption all the time. In this area we destroyed their own upstream of gas, and eventually we received a serious dependence from Russian Federation in terms of gas supply. The last government did the right thing. They refused the consumption of gas from Russian Federation. Today we buy the gas from stock exchanges in Europe. It means that we have marketing price, the market conjunction, not determined by somebody and put into the contract price for the gas. What it gives us to start the upstream, the increase of upstream of Ukrainian gas. This is the first position that we concentrate on. So from one hand, energy efficiency. And today at the exhibition I saw a lot of Ukrainian productions that produce the equipment, the materials in order to provide energy efficiency and means of regulation, whatever, which will give us to consume less and to provide more quality services. Next position. Recently, with the ministers, we paid visit to Novodnestrovsk hydro energy of Ukraine. The production of electricity from hydro energy we have 8.6%. The potential 15.5% from the total generation of electricity out of water. This is what we need today to develop, and these technologies Ukraine owns. The localization of such technologies in Ukraine is 80% and higher. Each year for such a project we employ up to 12,000 Ukrainians. This is energy efficiency, independence, working places for Ukrainians, and the development of our national economy. In fact, today you will be talking about the issue of creation of the fund. I think that such a mechanism which permit us to invest into energy efficiency, meanwhile we will be more competent, and this is mechanisms we really do need it. So the consequence of our discussion, the result of it should be the decision together with the member of parliament, and such a fund until the end of 2016 should be created, and we could start its work since 2017. It will give us a possibility to invest more resources to be more energy efficient and able to compete. I'll give a few figures only. As of 2016, in terms of interest on heat loans which we initiated in 2016, this is exchange of gas boilers to electric boilers. I was working as Prime Minister, and we were implementing the alternative to Russian gas renewables, sources of renewables. In 2015-2016, the program has developed, and 300,000 households of Ukraine now have resources in order to have thermal modernization and to save their own resources, which they used to pay for the heat produced from Russian gas. This is the question of our independence as well. We have the volume of such investments about 3 billion of hryvnia. 2016, we envision 700 million that we invest into this area, and as far as I understand, this resource will be not sufficient during this year, but our task that subsidies should be transformed into investments into energy efficiency saving. It will give us year by year to be more energy efficient, and Ukrainian produce shall be more. We can compete with our Ukrainian produce, international markets, create workplaces. Sector of energy efficiency may create additionally about 50,000 working places. But I think that the potential is much more. So I would like to wish that today we should find a solution. I would like that this extremely important instrument, which is going after energy efficiency should be transparent, that we should have all the systems that prevent any corruption in this system. So I would like to Mr. Gennady Zubko to delegate the authority and to the observation vote and creation of the fund, and to create expertise environment, the representative from NGOs jointly with the member of parliaments. We should elaborate the legislation basis that should be adopted in this no later than the third, fourth quarter in the Parliament of Ukraine. I would like to wish our success. That national idea should be creation of the Ukraine as a country with a strong national economy, where the national economy is producing social welfare for everybody, from child to pensioner. I would like to be the country which is actually prohibits populism, which takes away our future, the future of our country, which have a lot of advantages on European continent, and in order not to use it would be our joint criminal action in terms of our predecessors and future generations. I wish to us all Ukrainian success. Thank you, friends. Also, I'd like to give floor to Vice Prime Minister Mr. Zubko to read the greeting words from the President of Ukraine. There was the greeting from the President of Ukraine. It's very important. Why? Because the highest management of the country, understanding all the challenges that we face from the point of view of energy efficiency, also they are a matter of concern of Ukrainian people. So I would like to read the words from President. Esteemed friends, I greet you on the forum of the Fund of Energy Efficiency, which is a key startup, the laws and production investments. It is one of the priorities of the development in the global, national and regional dimensions. In order to reach best results in energy efficiency should be integrated in all spheres of economic social policy, from the development of production to transportation and environment. So the creation of the Fund of Energy Efficiency, this is the step to European standards, provision and consumption of energy in Ukraine. Our main goal to protect and to support people, to better their living conditions, to decrease the volumes of consumption of gas, to make a step to energy independence. Forum is communication platform for dialogue of power, local communities and business. I'm sure that this event will positively impact on future cooperation with foreign partners and will favor the creation of certain conditions for attraction of investments. So I wish you fruitful cooperation. President of Ukraine, Mr. Poroshenko. So now we will have a short video in our program. So please. So please, Mr. Zubko, I would like to say that all the words of the President of Ukraine, Prime Minister, the highest management of the country today is two main messages. This is protection and support of Ukrainians and citizens. I would like to say, first of all, that we need to do it together. In the room we have people present who can take the decision, and all people who can execute whatever we want to go through together. So issue of energy efficiency is serious challenge not only to Ukrainian households, citizens, but also to Ukrainian state in order to be independent. Today we have to pay European prices, market prices, but also we should learn how to consume in the European way. So if household consumes 3-5 times more energy in order to provide heat for the house, to provide with energy that is necessary during winter. Today in the room we gathered the people which can do it. These are the experts, these are energy servicing companies, construction companies, specialists from energy audit, people who represent local administrations, central governments, municipalities that want to do the Ukraine independent in terms of energy. And here on the panel showing the model how the fund will be working. It's not the issue of creating the fund as a support of Ukrainians, of citizens, as a possibility to provide compensations, but also to talk about things that we of concern in future. This is adoption of legislation, energy efficiency of buildings, commercially commutative market, a law about the market of electric energy, the law on consumption of typical energy. These the legislation about national regulator, which will enable us to create the legislation to adopt the law on energy efficiency. And today I thank to all present here, Member of Parliament, all the ministers within their own sphere of competency, or finance, or social policy, or power energy, to our partners, European Union, this is a German government which is 2 years in a row help us not only to develop this concept and to implement it, but to finance it today in the future, to create such a fund. And we see that in the work of that fund, not only state budget, the money of our donors will take part, but also today it's not the level of donors, this is level of partnership, interaction, and then having that solution made, we can orient this up to 42 billions in the budget to invest them into energy efficiency events, steps which will transfer our subsidies spent in energy efficiency. But in order to have that, we have to have responses for serious question: how to finance, how to get support, and the main thing, how to do it, how to modernize it. So the Prime Minister frequently is saying that in the country the main danger is populism. I think yes, it is in fact, because 99% in our country knows how it should be, but only 1% present here know how to do it in order to reach the result for energy independence. So I will tell you that everything is after us. So our meeting today is built so that today we will hear the most responses and solutions that are made by the independent regulator, banking center, government, our partners, but also I invite for 2 other panels that we will have later. The panel which will give the response how to fund, and discussion panel how to do it. These are important things. Why? Because today we have only 2 seasons, heating season and season when we get ready to heating season. So it's very important to launch a mechanism, accept heat so-called loans in order to compensate losses in blocks of apartments and households, buildings, to 70% people who get subsidies, and to have an effect until next heating season. But we need to move forward and to implement the mechanisms from Europe. This is the fund which can give not only compensation, but not only to give funds for expenses incurred by Ukrainian households, but also to provide technical solutions. It is important for us to take these decisions and to implement them, which gives the maximum effect to economy. We don't need to spend money to 10-15% for saving of heat energy because of changing window or piece of wall. We need to have a technical solution to sanate the buildings, to modernize the buildings, which give the opportunity later on to modernize our enterprises producing heat energy. The second issue, this is a provision of technical solutions, which is a task of our fund for energy efficiency.
Very simple steps that should be undertaken by Ukrainian families in order to have comprehensive information on what can you get from the fund. Well, very simple things should be known. First of all, you have to approach the bank, then get feasibility study for financial plan, and then to compile a list of potential contractors that may ensure quality solution that would last for 10-15 years. And also it's very important to get a banking institution that would provide a loan. And for you, in order to understand very simple things that should be explained to every citizen, and I would like everybody present here in the audience to make very simple things. First, we have to communicate with our citizens. Well, the construction sector, local self-government, energy sector. If today we say that we want to protect our citizens in two ways, through subsidies, those needy, and it's very simple two steps: application and declaration. And to protect people that can afford paying, well, they need more drastic steps like thermal insulation, other serving technologies, and get compensation from the state. So we need opinions of experts, of caring people, and most of all, Ukrainians that want to consume in a European manner. I want to show you a very simple thing. What we lose heating the atmosphere. January 16, we had very low temperature, and maximum temperature in residential sector was 16 degrees. And our cogen plants work on full capacity. Well, we have to explain two simple things. We invest in energy efficiency, we improve quality of life, and what's more important, we increase value of such real estate and it's a very ambitious challenge, very ambitious task, and we have to undertake this very important step to resolve it. I would like to thank our partners who helped organize this forum, and these are not only partners that helped organize the forum, these are partners that help to meet the challenge in future years. I'd like to thank everybody once again and wish you very productive work, not only in this audience, but also in the residential sector of Ukraine. Thank you. А сейчас я хотів би надати слово
Important opportunity to highlight, as I've already done last time, that for us the energy efficiency issue always has two dimensions. It is consumer, and it's the dimension of the economic development, because it is there where, if properly managed and implemented, the Ukrainian economy can largely benefit. And that is a third reason why we in the European Union are supporting energy efficiency. It is clearly one of our top 5 priorities in the support to the country. You know the others. We are very active when it comes to what we call the rule of law. We are very active in supporting the country now in the reform of the public administration and its functioning of its institutions. And we are very active when it comes to public financial management. And then it has these two economic dimensions: energy efficiency with all its width, and it is the economic development. And it is there where we think, if intelligently designed, and I think we're on a very good way in doing that, the fund can contribute not only to energy security, but also to energy efficiency, and thus very much to the economic development of the country. We therefore welcome all the sometimes very painful steps which the previous and the current government have taken to prepare the ground. We encourage you to take the next necessary steps, because it is a work. You gave some deadlines until the end of the year, but I think this is ongoing work for decades, until one is where one wants to be with regard to energy efficiency and everything around it. For this work, we wish you good luck, because we think it is not just an issue of lawmakers. It is, at the end of the day, the credibility vis-à-vis the citizens, to show them that we as European Union, you as Ukrainian authorities, can intelligently invest our and the people's money for energy efficiency and ultimately their well-being. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Ольга, Наталья. Спасибо. У нас в программе еще выступление 2 членов правительства. Я прошу присутствующих на сцене членов правительства дождаться окончания выступлений коллег, потому что после этого будет подход премьер-министра к прессе.
Then we have a press conference with Prime Minister. I would like to pass the floor to Vice Prime Minister Pavel Rozhenko. Paul was responsible in previous government for the subsidies to the population, and the system was helpful to prevent social explosion. We understand that the system should be reformed now. Few words, Paul, please, about that. Good morning, dear friends. Mr. Prime Minister, I would probably start with the fact that this year Ukraine celebrates 25th anniversary of its independence. And this year we got a historic chance, historic opportunity. Well, we may become truly independent. I'm talking about energy independence of our country. For 25 years, all previous governments failed to achieve the goal. And we have to use this historic opportunity. I'm convinced that this government, president, government, parliament will spare no efforts for Ukraine within 3-5 years to become energy independent and stop using Ukrainian gas injections. Gas syringe, which was detrimental to Ukrainian development, detrimental to European choice. It's our mission to do this today, and we will do that. It's not that easy to do that. You can see a very serious resistance to initiatives of the government when they want to impose on a gas sector, on gas substitution. Of course, the resistance is fully understood. For the last 25 years, Ukrainian gas provided multi-million capitals to some people. We had gas kings, gas queens, and it was used to finance political forces, but we are not going to be stopped by that. And we would like, want to work hand in hand with expert community. Well, it's normal to criticize government, but we kindly ask you, we kindly request you to provide your support to the actions aimed at well-being and development of our independent state. For us together,
не дали Україну повернути в чергову еру популізму.
Prevent bringing Ukraine into another era of populism and gas substitution, refusal to use
від російського газу.
well, gas substitution is not return to using cow shit. We're talking about using alternative sources of energy. It's a step into 21st century, not back to the 18th century. We expect your support, and we want you to voice your support to protect us from populists. And now speaking about subsidies.
Безумовно, система субсидій, як би до неї базове своє
The subsidy system
2015-2016 року
managed to fulfill its task in 2015-2016. We protected 5 million Ukrainian households. Subsidies beneficiaries, they pay 100% for the utilities. Average size of subsidies in the peak of heating season approached 1,400 hryvnias, which means that every needy Ukrainian family received 1,400 to compensate their expenses and to compensate for higher energy prices. We also clearly understood, and those who read our interviews, the system of subsidy is not a constant. It has restricted time of application. System of subsidies may work efficiently only in peak prices, namely 2015, 16, 17. Later on it will be transformed. It is being transformed, and when Gennady Grigorovich says that subsidies are very simple, I tell you that it's simpler. It's not declaration and application. It's only application. We do declaration. We prepare declaration on the basis of the information we get from other sources. It was very present for me to be one of the first experts that spoke about monetization of subsidies, and
форумі.
It's very pleasant
Моментів, про які буде говоритися, це
that
монетизація субсидій.
we've been discussing mechanism of possible monetization of subsidies. We need to discuss it. We need also to discuss monetization of economy of subsidies. The government is prepared to do that. The government develops necessary mechanisms, and I believe that by the end of heating system of 2017, we'll demonstrate new approaches to this issue. I would like to thank once again for the opportunity to deliver my presentation here. I expect some reasonable and sober discussion, and I expect your support, and I'm also sure that Ukraine will ultimately become an independent state. We're going to have two events in parallel. Regretfully, Prime Minister has to leave, but before that he will meet the journalists. Thank you and see you again. I'd like to pass the floor to the minister who was called key minister in the area of key efficiency, the minister who is responsible for efficient implementation of energy efficiency program meeting the public demands. Prior to heading Ministry of Finance, Alexander Daniluk worked in the presidential administration, and he worked on the drafting conceptual basis for the key project of the modern economic policy. Alexander, floor is yours. Good morning, everybody.
Працює, ні? Працює. Ну я зараз я не люблю повторювати, що я говорив.
I'm not going to be repetitive. I start with what was stated by my colleague Gennady Zubok, that we need to learn how to consume less. There are two components there. In order to learn, there should be some incentives to do that. Pertaining to the opportunity to learn, we understand that any implementation of energy efficiency technology needs funding. People need to get access to the funding in order to modernize their households. And what's important here, we as a state, we have to create some tools, some instruments, not to prevent monopolism in this sphere, to prevent situation but that we work earning on energy efficiency like they used to earn on gas. There should be some totally market-based mechanism. How it is resolved, like to replace a boiler or to spend money on replacement of windows. The tools should be such as to prevent monopoly, to provide alternatives for the people, and to render market operational. Pertaining to incentives, you understand that tariffs are very restricted tool of incentives. There is some limit, some ceiling, and then incentives stop to work. From viewpoint of the state, of the government, we are interested in reducing budget expenditures. But if we subsidize so many people, it means that we ourselves we increase tariffs, but then we pay money for compensation. from the budget. And basically it's a vicious circle of money. In my presentation I'd like to briefly speak about incentives for energy efficiency. I'd like to concentrate on one topic, which is system of subsidies. Some figures. In 2015, 43 bills were covered by subsidies, which is a significant sum. 35 million hryvnias were allocated in the budget. In 2017, the sum may reach 80 billion hryvnias. Of course, it's not a bottom line figure. It depends on number of subsidy recipients, but it's going to be critical for the public budget. As my colleague Rosenko mentioned, previous year we had 5.5 million recipients. This year it might be 7 million households. And it's a serious challenge. Previous year, with our joint efforts and with the help of McKinsey company, we managed to resolve this problem for the year 2015, which doesn't mean that we may relax, because this year we have more subsidy recipients, and we have to basically resolve this issue for this year. What are main reasons for such big subsidy expenditures? They are fairly simple. First, low income of the population. It's a fact of life. Second, inefficient use of energy. As it was mentioned, we consume 2.5 times more compared to Europe. And of course, it leads to higher expenditure. I'd like also to mention that improving system of subsidies is recommended by the IMF, and we jointly work with them in this area. Few words about existing system of subsidies. Main disadvantages of the system: lack of monetization, which prevents channeling subsidies to energy efficiency. If funds are not used, they return to the budget, which also reduces incentives. If sum of subsidies is more than the bill, there's no incentive whatsoever to invest in energy efficiency. Monetization is a solution. How should it be done? Should we monetize all subsidies or only residual subsidies? We discussed this issue at the National Council of Reforms with participation of President, and we agreed that most efficient way is to monetize residual subsidy. If somebody reduced consumption and used the lower subsidies, then the difference, the residual, may be used by the beneficiary. I support comprehensive approach, and I believe that Energy Efficiency Fund and will be a successful undertaking, and it will provide a channel for investment into energy efficiency, and it will also provide incentives, and we'll get two components of this equation, and it will equal to success. Thank you ever so much. We have small changes in our agenda. Minister of Finance has to leave leave us before Q&A session. But you will have the opportunity to ask your question after the next presenter. Я хотел бы дать слово господину Кайферсту из Германии. Germany plays a very important role in providing assistance to Ukraine in ensuring energy independence. Mr. Keifer.
Vice Prime Minister, Minister, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a great honor for me to speak here in this very important forum to discuss how to improve energy in Ukraine, and I can also say it's a great honor for me and my government to support your government here to do the necessary reforms in the economical area to improve the situation in the country. Prime Minister and Vice Prime Minister Zubko already gave a picture about the economic effects of the recent situation in the field of energy efficiency, the low rate of efficiency, and the results for the economical situation. So to give just one more figure, gas imports amounted to 6.5% of GDP in 2014, contributing heavily to the current account deficit in this year of 5.4% in 2014. In Germany, to give you in comparison a figure, we are paying nearly 0.8% of our GDP for our complete change of the energy system. And alone in the residential sector, these subsidies here in Ukraine account up to until 8 or 9% of the GDP. So that is up to 10 times more than our so-called Energiewende in Germany cost us. And this Energiewende in Germany is already a heavy burden for our economy. It provides chances. But on the other side, these figures also demonstrate that without a huge change in the system here in Ukraine, there will be no chance to come to a sustainable economic development in the country. Due to the recent decisions of the Ukrainian government to increase gas tariffs and accordingly heat tariffs, nearly to cost recovery level, a major barrier for investments could already be removed. But as already mentioned, due to this policy, the majority of households will face a partly dramatic increase in the gas costs, and therefore, respectively, the access to the HUS subsidies will increase also, so that maybe a majority of households will get access to these subsidies. A real reform, not to only shift the subsidization from the energy sector to the social sector, makes it therefore necessary to increase investments in the energy efficiency, especially in the housing sector, in a very, very relevant dimension. With this coming important challenges, and Minister of Finance already referred to this. The first one is that in Ukraine there is a limited access to capital on favorable terms. Going to the banking system with interest rates about maybe 25% and even more makes it very difficult to do investments. Another problem is the limited capacity due to low income of the households to invest. And to make such a reform process viable and sustainable, it will be also necessary that the investments in this area occur in a socially acceptable manner. Therefore, in the last 2 years, and to address these challenges, the German government, in close cooperation with your government, namely the Ministry for Region and the European Union, has set up a strategy in the field of energy efficiency, in the so-called initiative Turning Subsidies into Investments. S2I. This core idea of this initiative is to redirect inefficient subsidies in the energy sector to investments into the energy efficiency. The main point is that the concept foresees the setup of a revolving mechanism under Ukrainian law through which energy-related social subsidy savings can flow back into the system in a revolving manner. Thus, new investments can be generated without further burdening in the public budget, and this, I think, is a crucial point to address the limited access to funding. The setup of the national fund and the respective and corresponding multi-donor fund is one of the core elements of this concept. Germany has already committed to provide up to 25 million euro to kickstart the mechanism to generate first savings, as this is the basis, investments are the basis to do first savings, and other donors have already expressed their interest to participate in this reform. However, in order to generate energy-related social subsidy saving, it is essential to incentivize subsidy recipients to save energy through the execution of energy efficiency measures. Under the current subsidy system, no such incentives exist, and subsidies cannot be used for energy efficiency investments. Therefore, for operationalizing the concept of S2I, the following points may play a core role. First one, households need to be able to use their host subsidies for investments into energy efficiency measures, or the new energy efficiency fund needs to be in a position to access the household subsidies with the scope of house subsidy savings reached by energy efficient measures. And secondly, the reform needs to enable the fund to be injected with significant funds from real savings of the subsidies by energy efficiency measures. And as stated, the international community, and there's a commitment from Germany, will contribute to the initial kick-off of this activity. Germany appreciates very much the announcement of Vice Prime Minister Subko to set up the fund until 2017. In this regard, we also very much welcome the recent decision by the National Reform Council. Next important steps would be the respective decision of the Minister's Cabinet, the law to set up the new fund, and the respective changes in the existing legislation to enable operations and the implementation of the revolving mechanism. Germany is committed, strongly committed, to support Ukraine on the path of the implementation of the fund. We do hope that the concept finds broad support, as it marks an important milestone in the economic reform process of the country, and I and representing our government here, we wish you all success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Спасибо. Danke. Пожалуйста, вопросы министра.
Questions to the Minister of Finance, who is going to leave our meeting. So please raise your hand and introduce yourself very shortly, please. We have only 4 minutes for this procedure. My name is Roman. I am invited expert from the Germany. Here I am 1 year, so I'm talking very good Russian. Question about monetization of benefits. If you will not give to end users to measure and regulate the consumption, then the monetization of the benefits will not go as it should be. Without adoption of the legislation in Ukraine, as for the commercial accounting, we cannot launch it. Still to establish the meters is a big problem. In the developed countries like Germany, it's a nonsense that energy generating company is not obliged to install the meters and to service it. And so if this fund will be created, is one of the key issues that should be launched. Otherwise, if we hit better our buildings in terms of energy efficiency, then we can calculate. Look, what I have said that mandatory, we should go two ways simultaneously. Motivation plus to give an opportunity. If you give an opportunity to people which is not motivated, they will not be doing savings. Right? If we do motivate and provide whatever it is, then we receive the negative, which we will not afford to ourselves. So mandatory, these things should be going parallel, and we need to motivate people to reduce the consumption. So in terms of the meters, in some in gas, this issue is resolved. I'd like to pay your attention. We are consuming less gas, so if you are energy efficient, we need to switch on the air conditioning. So we are extremely energy efficient. Another question, please. To what extent condominiums will be held guilty and do not get the subsidies? We have not received the compensation for subsidies and benefits, social benefits. So we are actually suffering from non-fulfillment of your obligations. I can tell you, for the Minister of Finance, whatever is dealing with the subsidies and benefits, we need to monetize it and to go away from clearing. It's not a big money in order to resolve this issue. So I think that the Minister of Finance will have a say. Please. What we should know. I think Mr. Rozenko will support me that in general we need to go to use one system of subsidies which will not be diluted, so to say. And the clearing calculations may be not provided on time, or there are issues on calculations. First of all, for those on joint property, which we need to unite in the legislation number 2017. And we need to resolve this issue once and for all. One issue to Ministry of Finance. Scanrock company, facade systems. Last year we had 40 billions of hryvnia for subsidies. This year we'll have 60 billions of hryvnia, about $2 billion. If this money will be oriented to or allocated to loans on 2-3% interest rate annually for populations that they should purchase energy efficient boilers, etc., you understand to what extent how many people would be involved in this issue, constructors, erectors, etc. And this money would be returnable because these are loan resources, so they should be reinvested for the continuation of these energy efficiency issues. Well, first of all, we will adjust the figures. 35 billion was last year. This year, 60, maybe more this year. So that is why I'm raising this question. It's very important because this is a big load on budget. Secondly, we have to watch the time. So the subsidies, they all require the systematic approach, and whatever presented here, the fund which will work next year, this is in general is an instrument when we give the opportunity to people to finance energy efficiency, which is a systematic approach. These are two parallel way we go. Alonso, you say it correctly. Next year, from next year, we will have the mechanism implemented and we will have the result. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. because 25 years already there were no such an issue. So I would like to give a floor to head of Savings Bank, Mr. Andrei Pishny. Плохо слышно. Микрофон. Ну, да, чтобы не слышно. Today we are present. Это я не могу. Ну, это что?
Я вас вітаю, це програма про і рівень зацікавленості до неї на сьогоднішній день максимальний. Я буду говорити про певні результати.
О, нормально. Now I will be talking about some results that the program should be efficient. Now we are talking about subsidiarity. Last year, the program that was provided in 2014, which envisions the compensation of the loan, it was provided to subsidiary clients, which is every fifth. So the program is working during 3 months. 4 out of 5 loans provided to the according to the program is provided to the subsidiaries. So it's important not to use only the state support, but also to use the mechanism that not only they can compensate the shocks of increase of tariffs, but also give an opportunity to work with the market prices. So the issue related to the monetizing of the subsidy, we are ready. So Mr. Vice Prime Minister and Mr. Minister, we are ready. A year ago, together with the McKinsey, we were elaborating in the room of the Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Zubko, possible proposals on monetization. So let's go further. So it's important. There are certain challenges that can prevent the efficient implementation of this ambitious plan. I'm sure that it's not the key startup of the Ukraine. This is only basic reform with which the country may not be. So I give my credit to the government who refused to consume Russian gas last year, and especially Mr. Kobolev. Thank you, Andrei. Also, the fund of the energy efficiency. First, this is a professional challenge. The fund should unite experts and start real programs, including which should teach the managers of condominiums, of blocks of apartments, consider this problem, because today we see that condominiums of blocks of apartments, they are not interested sufficiently or informed, don't have qualification necessary. People who are residing in block of apartments, they don't understand why they have these energy efficiency measures. So municipalities should play a key and basic role, and why? In 2015, we started a program on provision of lending to energy efficiency. We have only one agreement with the municipality to support the funds from this program in Lviv. 2016, 80 memorandums are signed. In fact, each oblast center took the commitment beside the compensation on the loan from the government to compensate the interest rate as well. In the result, the cost for end user of the loan, which is provided not to modernization, is from 3 to 5% annual interest rate. The loan is repaid for a year. The overdue, the program does work, but we need to communicate with people. Municipalities should be involved because this is their function. So we propose to municipalities even informational campaigns and to get also political dividends, because the city will see to what extent the municipality is efficient in terms of energy efficiency, and those who received results and received support. Second challenge, political one. This initiative will be in the Parliament of Ukraine. Here it's important to consolidate all the resources, reserves, political, social, NGOs, because this program should be adopted by the Parliament. This program should go via Ukrainian Parliament in the form which is designed, because we have amendments to the budget code determining that the amounts of allocation for the funding of energy projects should be protected and not dependent annually on political process. If it will not be, we will lose the trust. And now I would like to address you, Mr. Vice President Minister, in terms of these hit loans. The tempos are increased 3 times fold. The compensation envisioned by the budget for this year will be sufficient for 2 months. So let's come up with an initiative to increase the compensation, because these loans are interesting to subsidents who are discussing now this problem. So I do absolutely support the scheme and the concept of the vision which is designed in the basis of the Fund of Energy Efficiency. This is a revolutionary approach to transformation of investments, but we need to think very well about financial mechanism that it should work. There is experience of Lithuania, Poland, and other countries which today we analyzed, and we are ready to sit down around the table together with the experts to work that this scheme should be clear to consumer, protected from corruption risks, and efficient to Ukrainian economy. I'm talking about that. Since Savings Bank, this is the bank which is during 14 years is the third bank on servicing of energy market. We understand that the energy market from the producer to end user, we do understand all the problems in phases, in calculations, in pricing. We are living 14 years in that, and we are ready to open this experience to table, and I do support ambitious terms. January 2017 kickoff, so 100% we are partners, and we are ready to maximize fund to favor the implementation of this implemented a few years ago very correct initiative. For me, this is a special operations, part of anti-terroristic operation that is a kind of anti-terroristic energy operation. So we do understand that the best stimuli in order to save the resources, these are prices. So here in this superstar panel, we have a guy who is responsible for pricing regulation in our energy sector. So please, Dmitry Vovka, head of our energy regulator. So please tell us your vision of energy efficiency. I agree to everybody present here. I would like to say that I do fully support the idea of the Fund of Energy Efficiency and its launch, since this is the unification of all the chains in place. These are the interests of the consumer, which in future will pay less, and the housing will be a little bit different after that. The interests of the state, since it is renewing the infrastructure and have the hope for diversification, because it may use less the energy. These are the stimulus and interests. Unfortunately, you do not consider the interest of the constructors, which you didn't raise during 25 years and only raised it here. So the goal of this meeting today, that their interest will be considered, and there is a mechanism. So also we consider the interests of the banks, because to work them out here in 1 year without loans is impossible. So I'd like to say that three theses, since the audience is consisted of expats, consumers, and expats and consumers that are watching us due to mass media. So the thesis which should be provided to expats, which in their turn should be delegated to bodies of self-government. So if you look at the characteristics of our networks in Ukraine, we have only 25 kilometers of heat network. So the term of the useful operation is 25-30 years. So now please remember when for the last time substantially the network in your city been changed. And you would understand that what the change has been done. These have been just the spot repairs, but the terms of operation is over long ago. So the steps that are done by the Commission in the leveling, leveraging prices for energy carriers, this is only the first step. The next step shall be the understanding if we start doing a renovation or energy efficiency, then in 5-7 years our all network of the infrastructure shall be cascade and would ruin. So the fund of the energy efficiency for the segment of the household building is a mechanism how to stop this destruction and to reverse it back in order to renew for efficiency. For self-governance bodies and for the fund of energy efficiency, these are stimulating tariffs which integrate the interests of everybody. So the enterprise saves the money. Any creditors understand that there is the horizon how to return it, and our consumers in a long-term perspective will receive the decrease of the cost of services. We can criticize the inefficiency of the existing system, but it is not possible to mention that even without the loan, commercial accounting, the level of accounting is increased from 30% 20 years ago to 58%, and this year we adopted 88% of commercial accounting. So the fund of energy efficiency may work for other category of consumers, which is twice bigger, those who consume the gas directly. With boilers, they have meters, so there is a possibility to regulate its consumption, a possibility how to return the money. So the fund for energy efficiency should address its work to this category of consumers, consumers experts. The Commission, the regulator, receives information. Last year we've been initiating for the legislation adopted, presented by the tariff, the tariffs in comparison with other countries, and prognosis for energy carriers. So all we have all this information. All this information is provided in nice language and very detailed. So we initiated for consumers who would like to be sort of promoted. They should know what is adequate consumption, compare with the neighbor, with the region, with other regions, and understand how come it can satisfy the request in energy. And the rest, what I can say to consumers, if we say about energy efficiency fund, we are thinking first of all about the block of apartments. Every morning when you go down the floor to the ground floor, you understand that the repair has been done many years ago, and the status is not ideal. And if you would understand that everything that is done by the government is oriented, is targeted, that in 5 years, the day after tomorrow, the buildings should be in adequate status, that everybody would have heat, hot water, electricity, gas. We need to start to pay an adequate price for the energy carriers, and we have to think about next years and not listening if I would paid yesterday 100, now 150. It's not correct. 25 years we paid 100 and we were not looking forward. We are at a critical point if we do not start thinking about our future, about next generations, as younger generation in 5-10 years, how we will be receiving utility services. There will be no generation, no services. If there will be no services, then these events are not relevant, and we need to understand, to unite, to adjust, to share common opinion, and the fund of energy efficiency and market prices for energy carriers, since it's going to be additional investments, efficiency of a state in general. Thank you. It's not so hot in the room like the scene, so the floor is given to Olga Belkova, the only representative of the beautiful sex on our scene. This is one of the leaders in our discussion on energy policy. I would like to be I request all speakers to be short. So please, Olga Belkova, to avoid solar attack. If you are talking about women, then you are talking about the agenda. I will initiate vivid discussions. I have proposal as typical women. If you, so maybe we can bring solar panel and produce no electricity for Ukraine if we cannot switch on air conditioning. Of course I'm joking, but in any joke there is certain sense. The name of this panel discussion returned me to my professional experience. 5 years ago, Ivan Pasechnik addressed to me. He was kind of Ukrainian dreamer, and he was talking how he want to establish meter in every Ukrainian house, which will give us the information about current consumption of electricity. I was in charge of private venture fund, and I was attentively addressed to him as a responsible manager. I refused to him. Why? Because at that point the politicians from every tribune would promise the following: elect me and I will guarantee that you will have a cheap gas, you will have a cheap coal, you will have the bills low. Now we heard the announcement of Prime Minister, which is not popular to every politician, because nobody would come up and say gas is expensive, your bills will be high, and unfortunately we are forced to provide subsidies. But this is an honest answer, which gives us an opportunity to say the fund of energy consumption, efficient energy consumption, may have future in this country, because we are approaching the model when the investor would be lucrative in A, to produce technologies which would help to every Ukrainian to consume less, to reduce the consumption of electricity, gas, etc., and B, which would open a morbid wound in terms of energy, when we will have all information about, as consumer, how much I do consume electricity in my flat comparing with the neighbor, and then I will open information that 30-40% of Ukrainian energy is lost while transporting, and Ukrainians have to pay for that. So as a former investor, I expect that this fund, first of all, will be involved in investing of Ukrainian or non-Ukrainian produces of solutions which would target help to each household to take the decision independently how to preserve the energy. Doesn't mean that every Ukrainian should reduce the consumption to zero. We are living in a modern world, so everybody needs to get a good quality of life, to provide efficient loans to Ukrainian companies which are the producers or suppliers of energy or are dependent on supply of energy.
Today at the beginning of the discussion, one lady approached me and she's in charge of Dairy Producers Association. I was surprised, but she had a very logical proposal. She told that her people like dairy milk producers, they could use loans from this fund in order to increase competitiveness of their production and to offer cheaper products to Ukraine. I myself, being an MP, is open to discuss those who support market mechanism of pricing. Only market would drive us into energy saving and proper energy generation. Those who have concrete proposals how to save and generate. It's very important to generate clean, green energy, not to damage environment and health of our citizens. In closing, they mentioned Parliament many times during this event. We represent the committee, and not an idea that would have to, and we are prepared to support all market idea that provide proper pricing. Well, we do not support populistic ideas. The Ivan who approached me today, he was recognized as one of 30 most successful innovators in the world according to Forbes rating. He's in London now, and he had a specific proposal how to improve energy efficiency. Tomorrow we're gonna send a letter to Kyiv Energo, and I believe it will be the best result of my presentation today. Thank you. Today I'd like to pass the floor to Andrei Kobolev. No need to introduce him. He would be called probably in Western mass media Energy Tsar. Please be brief.
Андрій. Працює. Вітаю всіх, дякую за можливість виступити в цій шановній дискусії.
Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to participate in this discussion. I'd like to start with this title, Energy Tsar. I'm not accustomed to be called like that. And Naftogaz of Ukraine or other providers of gas are not interested in energy efficiency. It's not the case. I can explain why. Every company that sells any commodity or service is interested in getting the customers with proper purchasability. We have different segments of customers, and the biggest consumers are cogen plants. They never cover their bills. The other problematic category, households. These two categories, in our opinion, need some radical steps to reduce energy consumption. We are interested in our customers being satisfied with quality of our services and be able to pay. Well, it's an evident interest. Next interest, not clear to everybody, and I'd like to dwell on subsidies mechanism. The source for subsidies is Naftogaz of Ukraine. And we understand that inefficient use of gas is covered through the gas rent being paid by companies of our holding. So we have dual interest here. Naftogaz in its strategy declares project of energy efficiency to be its top priority. Now, speaking about strategy and common understanding, we are deeply convinced in Naftogaz that majority of reforms that were successful due to proper strategy. We would call all participants of this forum, specifically a regulator and Minister of Energy, to complete the process we've been talking about for a long time. How do we envision energy strategy of Ukraine? We don't mean here 2,000-page document, 2020 strategy, but something totally pragmatic. What should be done within coming 5 years? How we envision energy structure of Ukraine within 10 and within 20 years. It's very important, but because this document provides objectives and goals for the state and for the market, where to move basically. If we request a consumer to replace an efficient boiler for efficient boiler, every consumer has to ask in return, what kind of boiler should I use to replace? Should it be biofuel timber like in Finland, or should we study German experience and they want to use electricity for heating of all buildings? What could be used from alternative sources of energy? If we don't provide answer to the question, we would face some situation as they face in Poland. They had ambitious modernization program. They reduced consumption, and the reform came to a close. They understood that central heating has double capacity because consumers reduce their heat consumption. So strategy and clear vision where to move is drastically necessary, and it's important for efficient implementation of initiatives mentioned by previous speaker. Of course, monetization of subsidies is a very important element. We, being Naftogaz, we view subsidy recipients as a very interesting segment of market where we can play efficiently. It's not only that we would provide services for money, but also we play on two levels: as gas providers, as taxpayers. Taxes are used to cover subsidies, but there should be common rules of the game, a non-discriminative approach. But once again, when we don't answer the question, what road should we pursue, what should we target energy consumption, and from what type of generation, then in 5 years we would face a situation when we wasted money. Well, I'd like also to raise issues of cogen plants and heat providers. They use 5 billion cubic meters of gas. Compared to other countries, they could have been 2 billion. which would add $500 million to our budget. It's potentially a realistic figure, but without a new legislation, without sorting out current problems, and without resolving problem of arrears of condominium associations. But there should be a proper management of investment and ownership. Who should invest in support of energy grid? Municipal government or the company that manages it? We should provide answers to this question as soon as possible. Without that, we wouldn't be able to reach energy efficiency. Thank you for your kind attention. Now I pass the floor to first Deputy Chairman of Fuel and Energy Parliamentary Committee. Dear friends, regretfully or luckily, I am not a great fan of big forums. I'm a fan of decision making. Whilst we were using here solar energy here in the panel, I just found an instrument how we can raise money to energy efficiency fund. It's also related to the issue of subsidies. Subsidies should be tied to energy efficiency fund. Then if subsidies we plan for 2016 60 billion, let's take 10% from overall sum, and we channel it to in this energy efficiency program. We invest 6 billion to energy efficiency within a year. We have to say at least 12 million on subsidies. It's a very simple formula which will provide very efficient tools of control pertaining to the fund. In October 2014, in the European Union, they set up the Fund for Strategic Investments. It's a very unique undertaking. 5 billion were invested by the European Investment Bank into the fund, and 15 billion EU guarantees. They attracted within 1.5 years over 300 billion through multiplication of investments. It's a unique experience. I believe this experience should be also used here. Well, maybe next thing would be not that pleasant, but we need to criticize. If we don't change parliament, government, speed of decision making, we would be having forums upon forums. The committee which we represent here, we passed about 31 drafts that had to be voted the day before yesterday, but the parliament had no time to do that. Whatever we say, if we don't vote in the near future the law on independent regulator, if you don't vote in the first reading at least the law on electricity market, if the parliament would not have residential sector energy efficiency law, which is not available, maybe a couple of days ago, maybe today, at last draft of commercial metering will be registered. If it's not provided, we'll carry on debating. We have to also learn how to mend our mistakes. People were talking about Naftogaz, about increase in local production. When in mid-14, I'd like to remind you, we raised taxes for gas production, and it took 1.5 years for the parliament to mend the mistake. I'd like to once again use this floor to mention serious problems accumulated in nuclear generation. Next, very important, friends, if we don't have a gas market, if we don't have electricity market, we would never have market for energy efficient technology. I'd like to share the success story with you. When we started together in 2015, gas market for industrial users, the price less VAT was about 6,000 hryvnia. Today the price is less than 6,000 because of civilized competition. We need to basically install competition in the energy market. Speaking about efficient services, we need to understand we are talking about a huge market, hundreds of billions. There should be a very strict system of control and monitoring in order to, within a year or 2 or 3 years, not to have financial Maidans generated by energy efficiency. If we have a budget sector, then investment into energy efficient thermal insulation from the budget, I estimated not less like 400 million hryvnias. And the last, Prime Minister mentioned raising price for gas, which is correct and just and fair. But we need to also have some tools to protect citizens. We need to learn some very important experience. In 2014, of budget, of subsidies, when we subsidized coal mining, when we subsidized utilities companies, I'd like to emphasize, of budget we use 250 billion hryvnias. As per current exchange rate, it's 10 billion that have not been channeled into energy sector. I'd like to once again return to what I started with. We need fast decision making. We need to pass from first Newton law to the second Newton law, which is accelerated moving forward. And as our British partners used to say, they're working for Brexit today. The last but not the least, Alexei Ryabchenko represents opposition here, and opposition, populist or constructive support. It's very easy to be the last because you can basically respond to issues raised by colleagues. For me, populism is always a response to non-professionals and semi-measures. Well, these things go in parallel. Mr. Zubkov mentioned that here we have 1% of people that not only know how to do, but also they are able to do. Open and fair discussion with the government should have been as such. When they made a difficult political decision, installing meters, providing thermal insulation. We have a gas market now. There's some competition here. We have some monetization of subsidies, and people can invest into their energy independence. When they have capacities, not only control water and electricity consumption, but also heat consumption, then we can say that people have more warm, more comfortable dwellings. They have to pay more, and then monopolists they are swapped from the model when they sold a lot for low price. Now they would be selling less for bigger price. But right now, all decisions they drive drive to energy parity of the population. It's official term of the European Union. 10 to 15% people are subsidized there, whilst here 50% energy poor, and it's also covered by the budget. It's covered by the state. How we, in our function of public servants, how we can provide incentive to switch off light, to switch off air conditioning for the night. The state is very inefficient and people pay for that. And if we get back to the topic of our forum, I'd like to raise the following question. What is energy efficiency fund? Is a key startup or one of many tools to influence energy consumption? We are talking about two directives, Directive 27 and 31. The fund, in my opinion, should function in between these two directives. According to Directive 24, we need to have a national goal to what level we should reduce. In Europe, they know by 2020, it's 20-20-20. 20% energy saving, 20% releases reduction. Economic energy and economic policies, they are, and even climate policies, they are integrated. We have national plan, energy efficiency plan, and very few people know the figures. We have a plan for renewables, 12% to 2020. Very little has been done to achieve the target. We have to combine all these policies. It's a very challenging task for the government. The fund should be viewed like a tool to achieve the target. 1 billion hryvnias we invested in heat loans. How can we measure efficiency of the loans? Same with the fund. We'll be spending funds of Western partners. How should we move to achieve this goal? That is why energy efficiency in residential sector law should be more publicized. We have another issue related to Directive 27, energy efficiency of procurement, and we passed the law together with our colleagues with the committee. We have some success and some failure stories, and we provided some amendments to the law. From Directive 27, we have a law on billing and metering. We have a very good team from the Committee of Energy Efficiency. The fund is only one part of Directive 27. We cannot say that it's a salvation, panacea, without taking into account all contributors. It's very important that should be properly designed in order to avoid mistake. And the last I'd like to share with you. For us, it's very important to ratify Paris Climate Agreement. Please take leading role here. Send documents to the Parliament, and we should show leadership here, and we should integrate our policy. Thank you. Regretfully, we have time only for 3 questions.
Мікрофон. Так. Дякую. Андрій Лига, громадська
Andrei Liga, Public Association of Idea in Ukraine.
У мене два питання.
I have two questions. One question.
А друге дуже коротеньке.
Well, one short, one long.
В мене таке питання. Тобто, перше питання, його торкнулись майже всі.
First question was tackled by a lot of presenters. Prime Minister, he talked about quality and efficiency and competitiveness of our commodities and services. Your question, please. Go ahead with your question.
Таке саме.
My question is as follows.
В Україні фактично.
Here in Ukraine, actually,
Значить, у нас в Україні звертається увага на те, що питання енергоефективності
we do not pay attention to the fact that energy efficiency should be viewed from angle of consumers, users.
мають здебільшого складати
Energy efficiency should be funded by consumers
власних коштів.
through loans, through their own money, but success of energy reform
Того, як споживачі включаться до цього процесу.
depends on public support. But the question is as follows. Nobody pays attention to the fact that money should be used efficiently.
Отримують неякісну послугу,
If consumer gets
може так статися, що питання
low quality service, then energy efficiency wouldn't be achieved.
що це має гарантуватися
It should be guaranteed, we believe,
прав споживачів.
by setting up efficient system of consumers protection right. But for government program 2016,
Є
the issue of consumer protection right
для розвитку малого та середнього
is a bottleneck for development of SMEs in Ukraine. How can we combine that?
Той, хто зрозумів це питання,
Well, if you're lucky enough to understand the question, you may answer it. Well, have some respect to others.
все голосують практично кошти.
Well,
Саме ідея стоїть в тому, що
I give you a very simple answer. Money works. Consumer would vote with their money for quality service, quality
буде інвестиції
commodities, and then investments would be channeled into construction materials and into energy companies. Protection of consumers. We have the law.
на ті гарантії, на той сервіс
It provides guarantees
залучатися на цьому ринку.
for proper quality services. And most important, we're not talking about investments into specific production,
Це саме
manufacturing specific ingredient. We invest into consumers who would come and build the market. Or market of auditors, construction companies, and most important, financial services market. That's why we want our banks should compete for the customer with longer and cheaper loans. That's the thing that the past covered by Europe. We invent nothing.
потрібно прийняти законодавство. Комерційний облік, енергоефективність
Commercial metering, energy efficiency of dwellings, it's all covered in Directive 2739.
це те, що ми повинні робити.
And that's what should be implemented here.
Пане Геннадію, я вам трошки пропоную.
No, I'd like to argue with you.
Нашого слухача, воно було трошки таке.
Question
Є заручником
was,
ситуації з неефективними
consumer is a hostage of situation
ЖЕК і так далі.
of
Споживач не може
low quality services, and consumers cannot change over this situation. And I personally expect that the fund, among others, would invest into something that couldn't be changed by individuals, like engineering systems, infrastructure,
домогосподарка конкретно, знаєте,
households, families. They would take care if you provide competitive conditions. But we would expect from the parliament working mechanism
енергозберігаючих технологій.
To start, Ukrainian manufacturers of energy-saving technologies. Good morning, my name is Mikhail Marian. I'm an expert.
Вот хотел бы один вопрос задать.
I have one question to the panelists as a follow-up to what was mentioned by Vladimirovich.
Долгосрочная энергетическая стратегия.
Pertaining to absence of long-term strategy, I fully support that. But I believe that energy strategy couldn't be adopted without overall national strategy. What country we build? Innovation country, agriculture country. What energy should be cheap, expensive? Without answering these questions, it's impossible to build a proper energy strategy. A fairly simple question. When the country develops its development strategy, and can we develop energy strategy in absence of long-term strategy for development of the state? I answer your question immediately. Look please more attentively at 2020 strategy. And look please at government strategy. First of all, we have to turn from the countries that import gas to countries that export gas. Two things should be done. First, we have to invest into domestic gas production. Second, we have to reduce consumption. And we've been talking about reducing consumption today for several hours. And if we count today, what can we get from 1 billion invested into domestic gas production into renewables, or 1 billion invested into energy efficiency? They have different values. Energy efficiency is more valuable, renewable, less short-term return, but export has the biggest return. Once Ukrainian domestic gas production was 55 billion cubic meters per annum. We cannot say that we would invest in energy efficiency exclusively. We have to pursue three ways. Today in the audience we have experts in energy efficiency. Why? Because Ukrainian households want to pay less.
But not for the account for gas, but the volumes of consumption. This is a simple target, which is close to every European household. And Ukrainian, very prospective nation, which have all the advantages and opportunities, may increase not only the economy of the country, but also to make steps in business and create many working places. It's not like a huge bill holdings which will come, but MSC, middle and small size enterprises, which will produce construction material, which will give for the country to be developed in the future periods. I think that this strategy is for the Ukrainian country. This is for these 3 years that we determined for ourselves. Shortly, Mr. Zubko, I think that you know the answer for this response, because recently he worked in the Ministry for Fuel and Energy and was one of the most efficient managers involved in the elaboration of the strategic program, Michael. But your question reminds me old joke. When there is a collective famine on the agenda, there is two questions. First, the construction of warehouse. Second, the construction of communities. So, regarding the fact that we don't have money to construct warehouse, we need to build communities. So we want to take the decision now. You know the situation in the coal industry, and we cannot wait when the war will be over in the east. Crimea is to be returned. So there are a lot of issues. So we need to take strategic steps and to move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. So very shortly, I fully agree that without strategy at the level of the managers of state, we cannot do it quality and innovatively to develop the country. If you're talking about the energy sector, even we missed a decision in the ministry to have 2 people in this sector which would be involved in renewables. Now Mr. Nasalak now merged them with other section, but promised us to have deputy minister on renewables. Mr. Savchuk is involved in renewables, but as far as we see, this is the substitution of boilers. It's a kind of white energy. It's not renewables, sun and wind. So we have certain programs. To what extent our country institutionally may be involved in Ukraine transition like the Germany did, like France did. And here is the question: how much coal we have in Donbass, or do we have Crimea or not? So wind generation 70% will be 50% and creating green places, and is leader in the things. And we will say that we need to have from 50% to 60% of nuclear generation. So, but we also have renewables, and we have 3 ways: increase of nuclear generation, coal generation, second, and clean coal generation, and the third, reduction of consumption and the increase of renewables, which Europe does. But we are just talking, we are not doing it. Andrei Peshny, a new Ukrainian state, is 25 years old. Only 2 years ago, we started from talking to strategy to real implementing of strategy. The country may not be efficient, which consumes 5 times rather than as consolidated Baltic states, Germany, Poland, and also having one source, a political dependent and economically inefficient source. The country cannot be efficient, who spends energy resources $3 billion without any economic effect. We're talking about subsidies and import of gas. These are basic things, so we can even have talk about it. So 2 years ago we passed from talking to implementation, and I think that these actions are positive in the fact that I would like to comment shortly that energy efficiency events now are invested on shoulders of consumers. Now 4 out of 5 are provided to subsidies, and they get 5% for the account of the budget. 75% of compensation. For them, these loans are free of charge. The implementation of energy efficiency give the opportunity subsidies to receive other bills and for state to receive the savings. It is not so. The state during last years made in order to compensate shocks from market and markedly justified tariffs, because 10 years nobody did nothing. But we need to tell the truth to people, so I think that it's very complicated political discussion which should be initiated, and we need to openly say people subsidies are limited in time. It means that the events for energy efficiency, modernization, bringing your household European standards of consumption and getting adequate bills are limited in time. If you will not be on time, you will pay in full. Thus, the fund on energy efficiency and other things that are done with the absence of strategy or not, the strategy of the Ukrainian state is emerging from such forums like we have now. Shortly, my strategy, Michael, is simple. I'm Ukrainian. I born children in this country. I want that they should be convenient, safe, and independently living in Ukraine. Ukraine should be independent, sovereign state where the energy will not be a reason for war or different political fluctuations, disputes. We have to live through very hard market transformation, but with the help of our colleagues from Europe and the West, we will cope with that. So I want to address Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner, я хотіла би використати цю нагоду.
Oh. Okay, anyways, this is a call to our European colleagues. We do appreciate your support, and I'd like to reassure you that Ukraine is and will be a very strong partner to Europe and a very reliable transit partner for Europe to get gas. Please support our fight and struggle to oppose any ideas to bypass Ukraine and to remove our chance to be partner to Europe in sense of bringing gas to Europe and be quality partner to Europe. We appreciate your support, but we rely on your support as well. And you will see how amazing we will be in nearest future as we will be done with our reforms. Thank you.
Дякую. Останнє питання, дуже коротко. Так.
Добрый день. Евгений Гринченко, ОСМД «Ракета», Киев. Я к Дмитрию Волку хотел бы спросить.
Rolko, you said that you bring the information. So please bring the information to Kyiv Gas that they have an opportunity and they have a possibility to get grants in order to install in flats meters or for gas. Because now they say that regulator doesn't provision money for installment of such devices, but the law stipulates that until the end of the year the meter should be installed. Me myself as an end user, I have to find money to install it this meter and to transfer it to Kyiv Gas for accounting. So it's a kind of problem. And second to Vice Minister Zubko, if Minister of Finance said that the subsidies on flats, this is something as condominium, when we now have direct contracts with the suppliers, we receive compensation from Kyivnergo only for utilities. And only on using this money we can change windows. But if 6 years I haven't have this money as compensation, then I cannot change windows, which cost 2 times more. So thank you. Metro. If you represent condominium, you are head of condominium, what target you pursue? First target you have to pursue to provide accounting in your house, in your condominium. Do you have a block of apartments condominium meter? Do you have a opportunity to calculate the consumption per users? No. If do you have individual meters? I cannot. Because the consumers in summer, they come and go. For those who reside in, I can, but those who are just living can't. We can resolve this 2 ways. You have a joke that you can shoot down the fly from the gun. So what is the consumption of your user and what is your deviation from month to month? Earlier, the norm of consumption for one residing is 4. You say that in fact they use differently. So what is the volatility of this consumption? Those residents who have meters for 5 residing, they use 6 cubic meters of gas once. Second, residents who are having meters, they say that the quality of gas is bad. Why I'm asking you, if volatility of consumption 50%, we're talking about 1.5 cubic meter. You can initiate as condominium or Kyiv Gas The rest should place individual meter. It's a tricky question. 1.5 cubic meter of consumption, which is 7 hryvnia, will be 10.5 hryvnia. Difference per year will be about 120 hryvnia. Price of the metering device to be installed in such condominium is from 1500 hryvnia. So question is, what is the expediency of all of this? Why you should not ask about the meters with the thermal adjustment or more progressive? We as Commission, if you don't have the law about commercial accounting, we need a solution how to calculate the balance of gas. So tariff from one hand and how much resident can pay. Those who use less is condominium accounted, which permit for not so big money to increase the balance of gas. If you see that one of the consumers with inadequate consumption, you know these households, flats, you initiate pointly individual installation of the meter, but you can calculate separately different devices, which is not having economic sense. So this management of condominiums, they first of all provide accounting, and secondly not to load the consumers. You come and say, we can do two options. 1500 hryvnia from each resident, you consume 40 hryvnia. Second option, we can have accounting, which is 100 hryvnia per resident. So if you will explain it, the majority of issues will be over. So the last week we met experts in condominiums. When we talked these questions, they started to have understanding that probably it's not correct to require individual installment of metering devices. Now Vice Prime Minister will have a say. Conclusions. We summed up that it's difficult to parliamentarians. There is a point to adopt it, to implement it as ministers. The only thing I would ask you, we have a lot of questions emerging. How come we should communicate or build up our relationship? We needed this forum to give you a clear signal to market. Those who produce the construction and materials energy efficient should be ready to increase the volume. Those who are working from the point of view of energy audit, we need a huge number of practically auditors which could perform energy audit of our places of residence, and we need to involve the majority of people who would be warming the buildings, etc. And we should efficiently have communication, which we lack, in order that the Ukrainian household should have a clear action plan, a roadmap, in order to have next steps. Find financial organization, find energy project, and to make the steps that could reduce the consumption. So everybody should get down to business fruitfully in order to be one European household. You can pass your questions to Secretariat and we will respond to you. So thank you to the participants of this panel. Here we have kind of sauna on the scene. Thank you. We have now a coffee break.
Да, вот, алло. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, зараз перерва. І наступні панелі ми починаємо в двох залах. Тут буде панель в залі Олімпійський дворик, присвячена фінансуванню, а в залі Альтіус буде панель, присвячена виробникам будівельних матеріалів та представникам бізнесу, а також буде заступник міністра фінансів Сергій Марченко. Будь ласка, звертаюсь у вашу увагу, що кава-брейк на другому поверсі. Будь ласка, піднімайтесь на другий поверх. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the coffee break is on the second floor. So we will start our next discussion at 1 p.m. in this conference room and Altius conference room. There will be parallel discussion. Here in Olimpijski dvori there will be a discussion on financing and in Altius on construction. Thank you. Шановні пані та панове, за 10 хвилин ми починаємо панельну дискусію у залі Олімпійський дворик, присвячену фінансуванню та інвестиціям. Будь ласка, займайте свої місця. Всіх запрошуємо до зали. За 10 хвилин ми будемо починати. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes we will start the second panel on the financing and investment issues. Please take your seats. In 10 minutes we will start. Thank you. Також через 10 хвилин почнеться дискусія з представниками бізнесу у залі Altius, які знаходяться справа з головного виходу. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, запрошуємо всіх до зали Олімпійський дворик та зала Altius. Шановні спікери другої панелі у залі Олімпійський дворик, будь ласка, проходьте до сцени. Дякую. Шановні пані та панове, будь ласка, займайте свої місця у залі. Speakers of the second panel, we invite you to go to take the floor on the scene. Thank you. Dear speakers on the second panel, thank you. Шановні пані та панове, ми будемо починати нашу другу панель, яка присвячена інвестиціям та фінансуванню.
And financing. I would like to present you the moderator of our second panel, Mr. Dmitro Denkov, Chief Editor of Economic Truth, Економічна правда. So, Mr. Dmitro, вам надається слово. Speakers, please get yourself accommodated. Take your seats, otherwise the panel will start without you. Mr. Sergey Maslichenko. Okay, so we will start without our two speakers. So 1.5 hours we will spend together. We will spend in search of the money, funds, to the events that have been mentioned during the first panel. Partially during first panel, the participants touched upon the topic of funding, financing, and it's very important issue because we can create funds, but without funding it will never work. And during our panel we plan to discuss what are the financial instruments we can use for attraction of funds, whether we have alternative to the fund of energy efficiency. Very important issue is how to attract the money of population, how we can convince the population that they should save And how come they can be convinced that they should invest their money as well? So first word is given to Olga Borodankov, which will tell us about why do we need such national instruments, and in general about whether do we need subsidies or not, and how come we can have a way out of this situation. We don't have her with us yet. Excuse me, I will start a little bit because I want to pass to another panel dealing with other discussion on production of construction materials, energy service, and the expert which work already with the financial instruments to be discussed at this panel. It's a very important thing to mention that today in our country, for the account of the support of our partners of the European Union, we have the lending program implemented by the government and the state agency for energy efficiency. Also we have second program, IQ Energy, which is permit today to get compensation from our European partners, and EFP fund in the amount of 15% by loans. And the main thing that the energy efficiency fund, that is another instrument which will additionally accept financial compensation on principle of the loan, will provide the money what money we envision to attract to the fund. These are the funds mentioned by Mr. Dombrovsky, MP, from the state budget, which should be correlating to the amount of money targeted at the subsidies. This is the law that has to be in the budget code. If we put 2 billion of money for the subsidies, then 10% out of this amount should be also invested for the co-financing of energy efficiency fund. Also attraction of funds from our partners. I don't like the word donor because this is a partnership relationship. These are the money coming from our partners that we have today from the government of Germany and European Union, which will replenish the fund from the European funds in order to compensate the principle of the loan. And third point, this is important instrument. This is the repayment in part of saved subsidies in the form of monetized part for the account of citizens, which will be opened within the bank in order for a citizen at the end of the heating season to use this money left for energy efficiency. This is will close the system of financing in conformity with any European model working. So a housing sector is very large, where we have residing those who get the subsidies and those who do not get the subsidies, but clearly we give the opportunity to get the money within the bank, to give the opportunity for this money to be competent, meaning that today we have already competency between banks who are partners of IQ Energy and the banks who are the partners of the program of state program. This is Savings Bank, UKRAININAN and UKRAININAN Bank, and this is the start of that competency for the client. And we want that this money should be loan money and cheap. And most important is that we have a possibility to attract all population to this cooperation, because we understand that the clients of IQ Energy and the clients of heat loans are those households that can take these loans, use it, and practically we have not a big share of those who get subsidies, motivating them via 70% of compensation of the principal of the loan. So it's very important to us that except through the fund of energy efficiency we will compensate principal of the loan. Also we will attract banks for such cooperation. We would like that in financial market also there should be a competency for lending the client, for lending not only the client but the type of enterprise, also suppliers, those which are producing and providing energy services and the construction and materials and others. So I would like to invite you for cooperation and to thank people who are active in the life of Ukrainian household. This is our partner from USAID, partnership program of our banks and EFP fund and others. So I think that this forum will give us a positive signal to financial institutions in order to start the fight for the clients, the Ukrainian household, which can invest the money in energy efficiency. Thank you for cooperation and propose to start working. Thank you, Mr. Zubko. I will introduce our speakers, Olga Borodanko, who is the coordinator of the energy efficiency sector in Ukraine, Artem Kuznetsov, advisor to Vice Minister of Regional Development, Deputy Head of on Utilities, Savchuk, Head of State Agency of Energy Efficiency and Energy Conservation, Maslichenko Sergei, Associated Director of the Department of Energy Efficiency and Climate Change in Poland, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, EBRD. Also, this is Diana Korsakaite, Director of the project Mayor in Myrta, Ukraine with USAID. Kirill Shevchenko is absent. It will be said by Rodion Morozov, who is the head of the Department of Ecology and Re-engineering of Ukrgas Bank. Also, Fan Liu, Senior Specialist on issues of energy, global practices of energy from World Bank Group. Sergei Yagnich, Head of Investment Business, Trend of Bank. Shimkiv, Deputy Head Director of IQ Energy, and Natalia Boyko, Project Manager, Reform of Energy, National Council of Reforms.
Olga Borodenko. She's here, isn't she? No, she's not here. I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Fan Liu. He'd like to tell you about priorities in funding. Floor is yours, Mr. Fan Liu.
Hello? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure the simultaneous translation is on. I couldn't hear anything, so sorry. I just want to offer a few observations based on our World Bank's experience in many countries and our recent analysis on financing and delivery of energy efficiency retrofit for residential buildings. There are 4 points I would like to make. First of all, a cost recovery tariff only provides a supporting floor for residential thermal retrofit. As we observed in many countries, having cost recovery tariff does not guarantee that the investment in thermal retrofit will scale up. And so creation of special dedicated financing and delivery mechanisms is really valuable and necessary to help overcome many of the transaction issues in implementing residential thermal retrofit, especially in deep thermal retrofit that need to be done in countries like Ukraine. And this, of course, speaks volumes of the importance of creating Ukrainian Energy Efficiency Fund to support deep residential retrofit in this country. The second point I want to make is that in creating and operating this type of efficiency fund, it is very important to keep it simple, especially in the beginning. Myself and my colleagues at the World Bank particularly liked the thermal modernization scheme in Poland, which basically have only one moving part between the fund and the homeowner associations or homeowners. That's the commercial bank. They only have one granting mechanisms, which is basically a grant for capital for the principal of the loan that homeowners or homeowner associations borrow from the commercial bank. So this creates a very simple and straightforward operational mechanisms. But of course, in Poland's case, this also is because they have very strong homeowner associations when the fund was created. And also, the commercial banks were or still are able to lend at attractive interest and attractive terms. So if these conditions does not exist, you may have to consider alternative ways of doing things. But still, we think it's important to keep it simple. The third point, I think it's very relevant to Ukrainian situation, is that because you don't have very strong and you have fairly few homeowner associations, and it is very important to get the municipal government involved. And that is basically the case in Lithuania, where they have similar situations a few years ago, even now. They do not have many homeowner associations. So basically the government stepped in, and the municipal government took the leadership, and they appointed administrators to execute energy efficiency retrofit projects, and the municipal government basically borrowed on behalf of the homeowner association or homeowners from the fund to implement the projects. So this is some kind of model that could be useful for Ukraine, but again, this will need very close collaboration between the fund and the national government with the municipal government. We have been working with several municipalities in the past year or so, and apparently, these municipal governments, they are very interested and they would like to have this type of collaboration. And finally, in terms of financing priorities for this fund, we think it's very important in the beginning to offer homeowner associations and homeowners a menu of options. I observed that currently the fund provided basically 4 packages, 2 packages for multi-apartment buildings and 2 packages for single-family houses. And I think the package 1 is something that is very important as the first batch of projects, because it's simple. It basically supports heat metering at building level and support installation of individual heat substations, and it supports replacement of windows in common areas, staircases. So these are things that have maximum shared returns for all households. So it will be easy for all households in a building to agree on, taking loans and having the retrofit done. I have noticed recently in multi-apartment buildings, there are a lot of families actually already taking initiative to replace their windows, to sometimes to have exterior insulations. So if in the beginning you push very hard on deep comprehensive renovation, I was wondering, how are you going to deal with these families, households who already have replaced their windows, have even have their thermal insulation done? although at different qualities and standards. So I think it's worthwhile to thinking about what type of investments in the beginning would have maximum benefits for all the families in one building. I think that's very important. One last point, and this of course is related to the conversion of housing and utility subsidies to a cash form. In order for the households to really benefit and incentivized from the cash rewards, we think it's very important to introduce apartment level consumption-based billing. That means you need TRVs, you need heat cost allocators in these older buildings, which it's impossible to install individual heat meters. So these type of measures may have to be considered as well, at least in the beginning of the fund operation to leverage households to invest. Thank you.
Дякуємо пану Лю за його поради.
We would like to thank you for your recommendations.
Учасникам нагадати, що у нас зовсім обмаль часу, і прошу вас.
I'd like to remind you that we are pressed in time, and limit for one presentation is 5 minutes. Next, I pass the floor to Sergei Savchuk, who is one of main figures in thermal insulation program. We are awaiting some solutions that would extend the program. And that's why we are gathered here, basically. Good day, good afternoon. Today, public and government started to understand that it's necessary to invest from local self-government, from household, to reduce gas consumption. We have 171 local compensation programs. And it's our common success. We are assisted by Vice Prime Minister Zubko. His assistance is very instrumental. And we have to think about comprehensive retrofit. 70% of residential sector needs retrofitting. And if we don't attract donors, then possibility to provide loans are very restricted. For us, for me, it's important drastically to raise the issue of monetizations of subsidies and funds saved on subsidies that will be retained by the household. They have to be channeled to energy efficiency retrofit. If we resolve the issue of monetization, all other issues, they are of lower importance. Monetizations of subsidies is, on the one hand, is incentive for thermal insulation. On the other hand, it's a source for funding of energy efficiency programs. Thank you. Next, I pass the floor to Olena Babak. She'll be talking about, in her function of MP, she knows how to make energy efficiency fund functional. Good afternoon. I'm happy that we have this event. I'm happy that today many people are interested in the topic, because Sergei Maslychin We have it here from the European Bank, and we started to write reports on setting up this fund in 2012, if not earlier. And it's very good that today we've approached practical implementation phase, and we are basically following the steps of Europe. What I'd like to request our government, represented by Mr. Zubko, Vice Prime Minister, we'd like to request you to officially recognize next year as year of energy efficient building. Not a year of highways, but a year of energy efficiency building. I'll explain you why. If today the government is not prepared to recognize that investment of budget funds into energy efficiency is the best possible investment of budget funds, we won't be able to move forward. It's not the roads that provide multiplication effect. Roads, we pay taxes and they spend them. If we say that the government would invest 1 hryv and every citizen would add up another hryv, then investment would be 2 hryvs. We would create employments. Well, I mean, it's top efficiency investment. So top priority should belong to energy efficiency in residential sector, and it should be starting. It should be officially recognized starting from January 1st, 2017. Next, we need energy efficiency because we have to reduce consumption of energy because they became so expensive, so critically expensive. And we have to recognize that on the level of the state and channel major part of public investment into energy efficiency. I'd like this audience to recognize the fact, including our international partners present here and esteemed representative of the World Bank, representatives of the EBRD, private sector, everybody who supports us in our tariff reform, esteemed partners. We have to recognize that in order for the owner to be an investor in energy efficiency, he has to have a proper purchase power. He has to be solvent. You know Ukrainian statistics, you know forecast provided by the Minister of Social Policy pertaining to number of households entitled to subsidies due to increased prices. We are talking about 60% of Ukrainian households needy for subsidies. Our academicians from Institute of Labor, from Demographic Institute, they also state that starting from 2013 and for 9 months of 2014, there was critical growth in average poverty from 19% to 50%. Such speed in growth of poverty level is previously unknown to Ukraine. World Labor Organization defines that critical threshold should be 12 to 19% from able-handed population, and we are talking about 50% from potential employed population. Dear government, please understand that. And in order for Ukrainians to become investors into energy efficiency, we need to provide in the next year budget not millions but billions for the measures, not only on terms of repayable loan but also it should be in form of subsidies. We have here representatives of European countries, and they could support that not any European country implemented such reform without subsidies, without providing cash. That's what's happening now, but in a very small scale. We have to ask all the world in order to get some grants for co-founding non-repayable terms. Well, Ukraine wouldn't be able to fully ensure energy efficiency program. It should be recognized and reflected in all establishment documents of the fund. And next, we've been mentioning this numerously today, subsidies. Subsidies, even this year, starting from autumn, they shouldn't be provided on a set of term. Subsidy beneficiaries should be entitled to use remaining subsidy for energy efficiency retrofit. Otherwise, not a high-rise would be able, not a condominium association could make a decision to channel into energy efficiency retrofit, because there have been no incentives and no basically solvency. We need to find money in the budget. Political force which I represent is Samopomich party. We've already voted and we requested the parliament to amend the budget. When it was announced 5 billion for subsidies, we requested 5 billion to channel into energy efficiency of residential sector, and regretfully the parliament didn't support us. We believe that this forum is instrumental in rendering our parliament being more constructive and more helpful in investing not millions but billions into such programs. And in closing, I would like to address Vice Prime Minister with a proposal to extend the contingent of subsidy beneficiaries and include heat supplying companies. Taking into account the fact that Ukrainians are fairly needy nowadays, there could be a problem in getting funding even from energy efficiency fund. Heat supply company, they have more capabilities to get loans. If Teploenergo, heat supply companies, could get an access from funding from this fund and channel it on regional retrofitting, starting from boilers and all the way to high-rises, provide thermal insulation and upgrade grid and boilers, then using service contract format, we could shift burden of funding from individuals to utilities company, and they would bear liabilities for the loans. My proposal is to announce 2017 as a year of warm house, provide grants, allocate billions, not millions, and also include into the contingent heat supplying company using service contracts. We also expect the Parliament to be more effective and before looking for more financial solutions, I pass the floor to Mr. Zivko, because he is pressed on time and he would have to leave the panel shortly. Я перейду.
Representing USAID and Municipal Energy Reform Project in Ukraine, I must say that our project and USAID derives very much importance and derives very much efforts to provide technical assistance on energy efficiency and clean energy side. So it's very much timely to speak on energy efficiency here, and I especially liked, basically with what I would like to start, was the note of Vice Prime Minister that energy efficiency and energy saving first, and investment into infrastructure is second. So basically with this approach that energy efficiency, reducing demand of energy comes first, Ukraine is able to avoid mistakes of that have been done by other countries. First, investing into infrastructure, into capacities of generation, and after thinking how to use these capacities when the demand is diminished. To diminish demand, to be more energy efficient and more energy saving, we need to create solid and sustainable economic incentives of all stakeholders on the play. First of all, users. How we can create economic incentives of users, energy users, to be more energy effective. I would say that whatever was said here about social subsidies, it's definitely a point to approach. When energy user, regular consumer, will know how much money in hryvnias he is subsidized every month and every year, when he will be able to understand this amount provided to him, let's say in bills or in some other form, he will start thinking about what to do. So, transparency on social subsidies to every family first. And verification, of course. Second, availabilities, how to change the state of play. Information and knowledge building campaign. USAID project is working a lot on knowledge building and information sharing, how tariffs are constructed, how efficiency can be increased, what practical measures can be implemented by every household or by multi-apartment building. And this campaign I would see as a possibility to have more joint efforts together with other playing parties to deliver the message to every household. Third pillar for building economic incentive is a bit painful, but it's necessary to recognize that energy service tariffs, when they reflect truly economic price, it can encrypt incentive into consumers to change the state of being. When tariffs are too low and they are not reflecting the true cost, the consumers are not interested
to do something with their energy consumption. But when the tariffs are high enough and reflect this economic cost of service, then it serves as an additional point for consumers to turn to more energy efficiency. I also have to say that consumers are not the single part of the play, but rather we have to turn to business and diverse businesses here. And when country is able to create sustainable framework, regulatory framework for business to have economic interest to engage in energy efficiency economic activities, it can be very much successful. For these economic interests and incentives for businesses to engage in diverse areas of energy efficiency building and delivering energy efficiency services to households, to multi-apartment buildings, much of headaches from consumers can be taken by businesses. And while developing the legal and regulatory framework for businesses to engage, of course, we need to do a lot still with different public institutions who are enabled and legitimate to issue regulatory and normative basis. And first of all, I would like to mention Regulatory Commission, who is the one and very much important to contribute to solid, flexible, timely framework for businesses to be in there, but also other public agencies as well with whom we work and with whom we provide technical assistance. And taking the chance that I have the public speaking here, I have to say again that law on regulator is so much important and essential to have in Ukraine to have a kickstart for efficient and effective creation of regulatory framework, that it should be mentioned on every possible occasion and should be worked on. So, thanks a lot.
Дякую. Я два слова тільки додам.
As a follow-up, Diana worked in Lithuania as a head of independent regulator. So basically, Lithuania passed the road now pursued by Ukraine, and that's the only possible road to energy efficiency. And I believe your recommendations on independent regulator, on involvement of business, and this very difficult challenge, I believe we'll be facing together and successfully. Thank you once again. I have to move to other panel. So the audience is on the sunny side, but the panel is in the shadow.
Thank you, Mr. Zubko. Thank you, Mrs. Diana, and for the project that you implement. Thank you very much. Many thanks. We continue. And we would like to know what are the sources for funding are feasible for EFF, for other projects, what are the financial advantages for state budgets. We'll have the activity of EFF, or whether some advantages we will have for the budget. So, please, Mr. Kuznetsov is given the floor. Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to talk. I would like first of all to discuss a little bit international experience which we thoroughly learned and on which we were based. In fact, the fund that we create in Ukraine is not something unique. Similar mechanisms, similar funds are working in different countries around the world, and especially for countries of the Eastern Europe, which was taken as basis for experiences as Lithuania, Poland, Czechia, Estonia, etc. These countries have a lot of in common with Ukraine, the structure of a housing fund during Soviet past and during problems that we have today, which been resolved successfully 10-15 years ago. So this joint climatic conditions, structure of a consumption, and the experience of this country has shown that the investing via state mechanism into energy efficiency will have a big effect, in particular to state budget. From one hand, this is a reduction of subsidizing, reduction of allocations. From another hand, this is stimuli for economy. This is creation of very large number of working jobs, and we have many surveys and scientific research that dollar green invested in energy efficiency will create much more working places rather than the investment into oil and gas sector, including state budget. This is increase of tax revenues, and international experience shows that even it is higher rather than the effect on savings on subsidies. Second issue which I would like to raise, this is the creation of technical office as an inalienable component of energy efficiency. In fact, the project on renovation of houses, from one hand, is not complicated. It's not like to build a plant or to build a power plant. From another hand, they are not so easy, plain. So the guy without experience, professional experience, and in majority cases, he or she cannot, without technical advice, to take the correct solution and to support the structure of measures and the structure to invest. So within the framework of the creation of the fund, we initiate also special subdivision which is called technical office, and one of the main tasks of this technical office is support of all participants of the process, starting from population renewable projects and other participants of the whole process. These are banks, this is the implementers of these projects, construction companies. The other function of the technical office is monitoring and supervision of the execution of project, which is clearly and related to the funding of the project, to the fund, because we attract both sources of funding, both fund and state budget, and we have to be sure that this money is used efficiently, that there is a result, that this result can be measured, and that these funds in fact would be spent in a normal way. The creation of efficient technical office and a system of monitoring in future will permit us to attract additional donors or financial resource from the point of view of IFIs. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Artyom. We talked a lot about subsidies, about the inefficiency in general, and also the question is, the existing system of subsidies, does it have stimuli for energy efficiency, or do we need a national instrument in general or other project of technical assistance? So please, Mr. Bugrimov, to respond. Good afternoon. Today we heard a lot that we have to involve subsidies to monetize the balances of subsidies. What we are talking about? Why we have to involve subsidies? Figures that have been mentioned lastly, but I would like to pay attention again. Today the number of subsidies exceeds 40% of the whole population, and in 2017, considering the growth of tariffs, by focus done by working group, the number of subsidents will be 7 million of households. It is half of population of Ukraine. So when we talk about EFF, we understand that FF of 50% of households and the implementation on actions, EAF actions would have the additional source of subsidies, of funding. Subsidies are getting by people with low income, so they don't have resources for investing into energy efficiency. The answer is as it is. The system of subsidies should contain stimulus for energy efficiency. Can we do that? Yes. We learn the experiences of many countries, and the system of subsidies, in majority of them, performs such function. Question is whether does it perform it here. When we analyzed it 6 months ago, we thought that it's not a bad one. It is tied back to the norms during reduction of consumption. The number of subsidies not reduced as well. So it means that whoever invested into reduction of consumption will have a resource to cover its investments, which is not bad. It's good. We said that there is one problem, and this problem is that the balances of subsidies that are left on accounts of suppliers, they A, not monetized, B, cannot be used as advances for future periods, payments. If we will use EFF actions and reduce the subsidies, the money will not be ever used, so it will permit to use this balance of energy efficiency. 2 months ago, there was a decision taken, which is, in my opinion, will worsen the system of subsidies. Presently, in the legislation, in the resolution of Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, CMU, regulating subsidies, said that at the end of the heating season, the balance, the whole balance, with the excuse for small amount is sent to the budget. What does it mean? As justification, it was certain reasons. At the end of the heating season, at the balances, there were amounts of funds that would be higher rather than the volumes of consumption. It's a problem of standards, and this problem should be resolved once. In future, we should review the norms, would make them adequate, and implement the mechanism of subsidies, which I talked to use the balances. What is taking place now? I have a balance during the heating season, which is 5 months. So I have a resource in order to compensate my investments only for 5 months. But I don't know such projects with a return on investment 5 months if I would take a loan at the beginning of heating season. So presently the system of subsidies doesn't get any stimulus for FF. So when we talk about monetizing of balances, we should frankly say that there are no balances, they are returned back to the budget. So in order to implement the initiative which we talked about, to give the opportunity first of all to preserve these balances and to use it for energy efficiency. Monetizing of the balances. Second question. This is the first step to full monetizing of subsidies. This step is less risky. Monetizing of balances means that we remove risks of non-payments for utilities, because balance what is left after utility bills paid, and means that we remove risks of efflux of liquidity into the system. The amount of subsidies 35 billion of hryvnia this year. In the budget for 2016 and 2017 it may be doubled. So it's a high liquidity. If we start from monetizing, we remove risks of such an influx of liquidity into the system. A second issue which I would like to dwell upon, it frequently emerges from the point of view of esteemed donors and international financial institutions which are asking, why do you need such a new fund? We have already a fund, and it's true. So there are international instruments of international technical assistance, and there are a lot of them. They provide big aid and resources for investments into Ukraine, into energy efficiency, but not efficiently used everywhere for certain reasons. But again, we think that the national instrument is necessary. Why? The energy efficiency, it is not only a business. Mostly the loan resources, loan instruments that are coming from IFIs, in their majority they are targeted at the businesses, but energy efficiency, it is a mix of policy and energy efficiency. These projects, as it was mentioned by Artyom, they are complicated and structured, complicated. So it's difficult to work with the population. So the role of the state, traditional in many countries, is big one. I will give an example. So the program of warm loans with certain ratio of compensation been working until Savchuk realized that the number of subsidies are not coming to the program. They amended the program, and compensation for subsidies been 70%, which is not a market solution, it's a solution of the state policy. So we understand that without attracting subsidies we will not be able to implement actions on FF, including condominiums, where some get subsidies, some not. So we need to have a national instrument. Second reason is that the national instrument performs to prioritize the issues. Probably there are issues like substitution, change of windows that are lucrative from the point of view of businesses. Whether this is lucrative from the policy, it's a question. Maybe before lending the change of windows, we have to prioritize that you can use the loan for these purposes is possible in case if before that other actions are done on energy efficiency, which is also prioritization instrument may be used if you have a national spot for that. And the third, which is mix of donor aid. We talk that the necessity for energy efficiency are big. Budget is one, cannot support it, so we need donor support. In other countries it is shown that the national instruments, the national EFF is a good spot for mixing money from another donors. So the standpoint of myself and the standpoint that I bring to Ministry of Finance, that the EFF project should be supported, which is really needed now for Ukraine. Thank you, Yana. She touched upon contradictory issues, and 5 minutes for discussion. No more, because we are limited in time. With respect to you as expert who know issues well, I would like to pay your attention of the audience. When I talked about monetizing subsidies, I was categorically against the idea of monetizing of balances. All the subsidies should be paid in money to special account for a citizen that monthly from, for instance, state, he or she gets 1,000 hryvnia, which can be used for two purposes. First, to pay for your utilities bill, second, for energy efficiency. Not going around and understand what is has to be done with the meter, what is necessary, mandatory bill to be paid. This is extremely important and complicated system with all its simplification. We add another system. We have to live through heating season, monetize the balances, then in a state way use it for the payment for FF. So the issue of subsidies should be resolved. Money goes to citizen to account, and the person pays to every supplier of services. There will be no problem with Tepleenergo and Naftogaz. There will be no clearing settlements, and we need only 2 or 3 billions for the start to make it in 1 month, and that we start monetary relationship in the state, not clearing, not complicated relationship. A person should apply for subsidy, get the money, and know how to live further. The balances, these are halfway decisions. These are partial solutions. It should be a systemic solution, and we should work systemically. If you started talking about the fund, the whole system of monetizing of subsidies should be worked out well. So as a member of parliament, I will not support such initiatives, which if you will be talk exclusively about the balances. So it's not a correct decision. That should be systemically, in a blanket way, should be resolved. We will break a lot of spearheads. A lot of spearheads will be broken on the issue concerned. So here we have Sergei Maslachenko, who can talk why he is skeptic about the fund. So please. Давай по 15, уже ж конец почти. По 15 давай, уже конец. So I'm skeptical. There is certain experience because I'm involved in energy efficiency already for 15 years, not only in Ukraine. And first of all, I would like to agree with Olena, which mentioned about the subsidies. The system should be reformed correctly.
Not to waste precious time for the state for partial solutions that want to be working, say, for heat supply sector. They started barter transactions of the 90s again. Speaking about financial source for residential sector, for us it's clear. We implement a program like IQ Energy, for example. We launched it in April. Deputy manager of the program will cover it in more details. That standard scheme that works in 30 countries and it's based on market principle. EBRD supports minimum intervention, public intervention, and a bigger role given to private sector and market. Of course, public role should be important in creating conditions for funding. Today, IQ Energy has financial mechanism similar to the fund, but it's not working in full swing. As warm loans, they do not work because no conditions. I mean, legal base, even framework laws like laws on regulated, laws on utilities, that regulate relations between, for example, utilities and condominiums. Nobody is prepared to set up condominium until problem with utilities is not resolved. And secondly, a system of subsidies should be reformed. Why should people set up USBB, undertake risks when the government would be delaying subsidies in half a year, say. There should be some comprehensive solution, and financial tools. There could be, for example, energy efficiency. The more funds you have, the better opportunities for funding you have. But first of all, there should be a legal base. There should be proper information dissemination for all stakeholders, for them to know in what technologies to invest, how to finance. We're talking about a lot of things, but in principles, not a commercial bank, non-public bank, is interested in funding condominiums. Due to reasons I mentioned above, we can philosophize a lot, but until we change the relations and adopt the laws, there will be no more funding, neither from us, nor from fund, from nobody. First of all, you have to set up conditions, but then you'll get funding, donor funding, international inexpensive loans. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Sergey. I'd like to pass the floor to Vladimir Shimkin. He could tell about IQ Energy project and what they achieved. My name is Vladimir Shimkin. I'm deputy manager of IQ Manager project, already mentioned before, and I believe that the experience we accumulated in the project and is similar EBRD projects being implemented by the EBRD in 20 countries. In some countries they have second program of the kind. We can share our experiences with the fund, share achievements and plans. As it was mentioned by Sergey, project was initiated in April. The project is based on several simple principles. Principle 1, awareness. Public outreach about the program. Second principle is technology. Technological aspect. We offer under the program, under the project, only efficient technologies that have higher energy efficiency rate, which is very important because sometimes what people call energy efficient, like windows, they are not efficient at all, but they are offered by producers as energy efficiency. It is very important also to select suppliers and installers that provide quality services. Many companies joined the project. We have about 400 participants and the number has been growing. We have IT platform that works through web access, and you can select using it best available technologies. All in all, we have 1,700 materials and pieces of equipment. Commercial banks, they do participate in the project. We have 3 partner banks: OTP, UKRAININAN Bank and Mega Bank. These banks have experience and understanding of working with public programs. They offer competitive terms to participants of the program. And this is the case when competition is good. It provides choice and better service. One more thing I'd like to share about our project. Until a project participant gets a grant, Eastern Partnership grant, a beneficiary has to take a loan, install equipment and report. Then we check reporting on 100% of participants, regardless if it's one window or thermal insulation of a high rise. 10% we audit in situ. That's all aimed at ensuring quality of implementation and quality of material and equipment. This experience might be useful to the fund and projects to be initiated by the fund. We open for sharing our experiences and for assisting in implementing our experience in other projects. Open for cooperation. Thank you for your kind attention. If I'm not mistaken, the project was initiated early April. Well, it's a short time to get some results. But speaking about demand, what technology, what materials have the highest demand? People do approach our project. People are interested in materials. There's demand for windows, for boilers, and for thermal insulation. We already issued 7 loans from 12 to 50,000 hryvnias, and we expect first project verification report. Our information is transparent. We started cooperation with suppliers such as Epicenter. We plan to also involve other retailers. Many companies already addressed us, our partner banks. Number of loans will be growing, and in the near future will reach the planned volume. We have other success stories. Ukrgazbank signed with the IBRD an agreement on funding energy efficiency and environmental projects. And Radion Morozov from Ukrgazbank will tell about their experience and their contribution to energy efficiency. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. As was numerously mentioned here, Ukraine is on the one hand has huge potential for investment in energy efficiency program, renewable energy program. On my slide, I have comparative analysis of energy facilities in European Union and in Ukraine. We being public bank, we see our objective in reducing energy consumption in Ukrainian industry, households, because it's an issue of national security. Understanding the importance of this task, Ukrgazbank, together with IFC, in May this year, we started long-term joint project aimed in providing easy access to energy efficiency funding. Well, our task to basically turn Ukrgazbank into an environmental target funding bank. What is the advantage of this project? Due to IFC unique experiences, at the bank we plan to conduct comprehensive audit of energy efficiency projects and to define potential retrofitting. According to estimates of international organizations, oftentimes ourselves we don't understand potential of energy efficiency, and here international experience can be of great value. It's very important to save energy. Through this saving, we plan to achieve fast payback of the project. Speaking about priorities, today top priority for Ukrgazbank is energy efficiency retrofitting projects, also financial support to green energy generation. The bank, of course, jointly with Savings Bank, actively participate in the public program of funding condominiums.
And condominiums, the so-called warm loans. Ukrgazbank in principle is a pioneer of the lending to condominiums, and already it has 3 years of experience and blanket approach to the implementation of such projects, and we have zero problem bad loans, which is showing that this is a good program from the point of view of business and from the point of view of the citizens. What are the problems that we face presently? We have psychological so-called distrust, especially to the related to block of apartments, distrust in terms to state lending programs, misunderstanding of these mechanisms, and accept that considering that as a banks our source of funding and our resources is the market, so the cost of lending now is quite high. Of course there is a compensation, but the interest rates are pretty high. And even regardless of that, Ukrgazbank does special conditions and low interest rates for lending of energy efficiency project, because we understand already its return. Then still it is a kind of potential barrier for potential borrowers that do not want to have loans with high interest rates. So very glad that EFF will be created, and the efforts from the mechanisms now we see in the lending of EFF actions with attraction of state compensation mechanism and the fund as additional source of targeted funds for energy efficiency modernization, which is of course will create a synergy for Ukrainian economy and for the energy independence. Thank you. In general, maybe not in the amounts that we would like, but we know how to attract the loans in hard currency, how to attract the loans in soft currency, national currency. It's also an interesting question. And I would like to ask Mr. Yagichu, the representative of UKRAININAN Bank. Thank you. Thank you for opportunity to take participation in such interesting panel. First of all, I would like to comment in terms of the cost of participation of state in such projects. When we talk about budget resources, we have to understand that the budget's funds are taken from the state of Ukraine, and Ukraine is having a deficit for the funding. The Ukrainian state addresses to markets of capital. So the budget funds that are invested into any project, they have alternative cost, which is approximately in hryvnia 17%, in USD 7-8%, which is quite high levels. And if you compare European projects, we talk a lot about what has been done in Europe. The rates in Europe, they are different, 1-2% max, and we have to be well balanced to those projects that we have, to echelon them, to choose the max quality project with a short return of ROE, return on investment equity, to maximum extent to use donors' money, which are not leading to additional debt load on the country and can be shortly used towards about UKRAININAN bank. Why I'm talking about the attraction of these borrowed resources. Our bank is one of the active dealers of the primary dealers of Ministry of Finance. So we are participating in primary auctions on placement of state debts. In 2015 we had 7 active primary dealers. Out of them 3 are state banks and only 4 banks are private banks. What I want to say, the money is sufficient in the banking system. We have a few positive factors. First, stabilization of the economy of Ukraine. Officially, Ukraine went out from recession, stabilization of liquidity in banking sector. In the system, we stopped the outflow of deposits, both in hryvnia, and Ukraine banks are floating amongst the money. So level of liquidity is around 100 billion of hryvnia, with the necessity of the system in 30-40 billions of hryvnia. So 2 good news we have, that the capital there is in the banking capital system, and the second, that the interest rates are going down, and BU took the decision about the reduction of interest rate from 18% to 16.5%, and on the background that inflation suspended from 60% to 6.5%, we may say that even it is not the last reduction. So capital is abundant, the interest rates are going down. Unfortunately, there are issues how come this capital may enter from banking system to consumers. Unfortunately, Ukrainian banks are not ready to large-scale lending, and there are problems with the capital, except those banks like high, superior, and lower bank. They can go into this sector. If you will take temperature around the hospital average, then to a large scale recovery of lending to EFF and other projects, banking sector is not ready. But banking sector has an additional liquidity, and I would like to say that in the capital markets there is a beautiful event this year. After 10 years of capital markets are ready to consume IFIs bonds, which is token that IFIs will get an opportunity to place bonds on internal domestic market and attract the hryvnia resource, and eventually they could lend the projects in national currency. Well, everything that I wanted to say I said. Again, capital is sufficient, so it's just a matter of how to use it and to create the channels which would provide efficient use of the money. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. It's a good idea. I would like now to give floor to Natalia Boyko. She's going to say what is in general is about state policy in energy efficiency and what are successes that we achieved in coordination. Thank you for the question. I'm project manager reforms in National Council of Reforms in Energy. On June 7, we had a meeting of National Council of Reform where we discussed the issue of energy efficiency, and I think that indeed it was an important event with the overview that firstly in this year at the highest level under the heading of the President we discussed challenges in energy efficiency in the existing system of subsidizing that we have now. Yes, the existing system of subsidies requires modernization. We cannot work in accordance with the system, so I fully agree with my colleague Gribovich that when we say about 40% and potentially about 50% of payers, people who are paying for tariffs and require tariffs, this is the picture which is quite expensive for the budget of Ukraine, so we can't afford it. It is good that the subsidies fulfilled its role, which was that previous to winter when people got the subsidies, they should know, the people should know that subsidy do exist, people may get them, and that the people may not be having problems with the heat during winter. The system was not very well organized. There is understanding that the norms been very high, that we might have had lower norms, what should be done with the balances at the accounts. We can discuss about CMU decision that these balances should be returned to the budget, but functionally there was a back question how to return these balances to people or streamline to energy efficiency. So it was not the case. So it was the task that was resolved. The next step, subsidy system in the existing format cannot survive. So we're talking about partial or full monetization. Probably we need to pass to full system of monetization. I do understand the standpoint of Alena Babak, MP. I will not be saying that if we will have partial modernization at the first step, it will be kind of transitory period of very certain problem, how to implement some sharp and rigid solutions. This work has been done by main region, and the concept of the EFF and is very good, but we need to do a lot this year that in 2017 to have it in place. So it's a big home task for CMU, for main region, and for the parliament, which eventually should adopt the legislation about EFF, that people should receive an active mechanism in 2017 in place of the aid on EFF actions. We should not undervalue existing mechanisms. You know the USAID, GIZ, and IQ Energy, other projects. Warm loan system, which was very efficient in order to resolve the problems. So the question is, how come we force people getting subsidies to implement EFF actions, because existing system cannot stimulate them, and they spend 2 to 2.5 times more of energy rather than they should. So the system, no IQ Energy system of home loans, other programs that are existing now, they can't help us with the resolution of these problems. So I think that if the fund with its efficient work will resolve this issue and will start working with this pool that is the beneficiary of the subsidies, and it is calculated for a big standard, and they are comfortable, convenient, and they do not want to save. So to force these people to be more efficient is very complicated, but very necessary work to be done. Thank you, Natalia. Now Olga joined our panel, coordinator on energy efficiency from EU delegation to Ukraine.
Very interesting thoughts of Olga's pertaining to the philosophy of energy efficiency fund, and also what's your vision of fund's future? Any future for the fund. Thank you for the invitation to the forum and possibility to speak on behalf of the European Union and speak about our cooperation in energy efficiency, and I was speaking about our vision of future of the fund. People have been talking about usefulness of energy efficiency missions. I'd like to state that energy efficiency is one of the key directions of cooperation between EU and Ukraine currently. This cooperation is long-standing, and we've been working for over 20 years in this area, but it got intensified for the last 2 years, especially in residential sector where energy efficiency has a huge potential. EU assists in energy efficiency. First, we help to harmonize legal base. We also develop investment mechanism and assist in attracting investments also. I'd like to speak about Ukrainian energy efficiency reform. A lot has been done starting from previous year. A law has been passed on condominiums, but a lot remains to be done. In order for energy efficiency to become reality and to become functional, you have to prepare legal base, efficient legal base. I mean law on commercial meters or energy passports and condominium law. They've been submitted, all these drafts, to the Parliament, and I call upon MPs listening to us and all the public that have contacts with MPs to accelerate the process. We have funding mechanism and they are functional. EU allocated 45 euros for the warm loans scheme. 40 millions were allocated by FIP fund. Energy efficiency fund is a new tool we fully support, and we cooperate under its framework with our German and Ukrainian partners. What should be done officially in the near future? First, tomorrow Cabinet of Ministers will be voting for resolution to set up energy efficiency fund. I believe today's forum will be instrumental in passing this decision early autumn. Law on energy efficiency fund will be passed. Also, amendments to the budget will be introduced, envisaging regular payments from budget to the fund. There'll be dual funding from donors and from the budget. I was late for the discussion because I participated in teleconference with Brussels, and it was dedicated to funding of energy efficiency fund. We strongly believe that the decision will be passed soon and there'll be funding initiated to the fund. The fund should use experience of previous programs, FAP, IQ Energy, and warm loans. Also, what looks new and revolution in Ukraine has been working for a long time in EU. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. We are prepared to share European experience, especially to neighboring countries. Your neighbors accumulated some experiences. They have similar initial conditions. They're happy to share their experiences, achievements. It's important to emphasize that the Energy Efficiency Fund should be based on trust between government and donors and the public, general public. We want it to use best administrative practices and fully eliminate corruption. It will be a disaster for the fund if we have some corruption there. The role of the fund is to install some investments for people to invest in energy efficiency, incentives for setting up condominiums. What results are expected from the fund? That should be a mutual benefit first. For users, they'll be paying less, have better living conditions. Government would say on subsidies, and the efficiency fund will create new employments, which will generate more taxes to the budget. I'd like to mention two principles. They were mentioned a lot when they were talking about energy efficiency. First of all, if you do nothing, it will be very expensive for the country. The cheapest energy is the energy you didn't use. Thank you for your kind attention.
Ми точно не можемо дозволити собі все пустити на самотек.
Well, we cannot waste time, of course, and we are prepared to.
Свій час, але я думаю, що ми можемо.
Well, we already
від аудиторії.
Exhausted our time, but maybe 2-3 questions from the audience.
Дело в том, что я хотел обратиться к Сергею Масличенко.
My question is to Sergei Maslichenko and Ukrgazbank.
Вы правильно говорите, ничего не получается.
You put it right. Nothing works. Nothing will be working. I'm talking about the company that does retrofitting of high rises. Well, people should be owners. Only then they would understand what the purpose of condominiums. EBRD put it clearly. Who should be beneficiary of loans? Well, ultimately income comes to the government. Loans should be given to somebody who is profitable. And households will not be taking loans from you, because they'll be taking loans and you'll be getting profit. I have one question. You, EBRD, why don't you ask Ukrgazdobыча to share their profit? Well, here's the question. People will not be taking loans from you. It was a longish question. I don't understand the question, honestly speaking. Ukrgazbank is a member of Warm Loan. IQ Energy is a totally separate program, and we do not participate there. Sorry, I cannot hear him. He is not talking into the mic. The question is to the government then. I pass the floor to Sergei Savchuk. Speaking about income, I don't understand. There's no income for household, only saving. They'll be saving on energy. Condominiums. We do work. We have a lot of consultants, we provide trainings, but within half a year, other banks will be prepared to offer same service, but in parallel we'll expect some legal base to be developed for commercial banks to be ready to issue energy efficiency loans. We believe that next year it all be working. On behalf of the government, well, your statement that is profitable for the state is absolutely correct. The government initiated 3 products which provided basis for another product which is called IQ Energy, and 3 banks participate there, and they provide some compensations to condominiums, and 20% are compensated for subsidies recipients. We have about 171 local programs, compensation, subsidies programs to compensate interest rates. Of course, it's not sufficient. We need to retrofit 100,000 high-rises, 6.5 million cottages. When late 2013 we issued 140 loans to replace boilers. Currently 150,000 used loans for boiler replacement. A lot of people use the option. Speaking about high rises, we have also positive dynamics. Previous year we used to have 199 condominiums. This year 65 plus, and a lot of applications in the pipeline. We undertake some practical steps for condominiums to take warm loans in order to fund comprehensive retrofitting. But we are gathered today to discuss monetization option, and a lot of speakers elaborated on that. Subsidies should be a source of funding energy efficiency.
Доброго дня, мене звати Олег Жур.
Good afternoon, my name is Oleg Zhur.
Наша компанія Communal є виробником.
Our company, Communal Ukraine, we manufacture nice thermal insulation material. What we suggest, what we offer, we understand that demand for subsidies is growing. Our proposal
наших громадян превентивно зменшити цей приріст. Яким чином?
Is
Східних областей України.
lower the amount of subsidies. We have a lot of refugees from Crimea. It's more than 100,000.
Вони готові з нами працювати.
We are prepared and they are prepared to work with us on building energy efficiency cottages.
Питання до вас.
Our question to you.
Яким чином
How can these people can approach Ministry of Regional Development to get funding? We are prepared to contribute to resolving the program. What can we expect from you? My question is addressed to MPs and to representatives of the government. Look, our committee, I represent construction committee. Our committee got some terms of reference for new construction projects. For refugees, for veterans of anti-terrorist operation.
Фактично припинилось фінансування програми молодіжне житло.
We have practically stopped
Стоїть питання
residence for young people program.
куди вкласти ту копійку.
But the question is where to invest budget money. I believe that the government should do the following: take Ministry of Economy, take graduates of polytechnical institutes, and ask them to calculate what public project would provide higher return for investment.
Which will return you at 5-10 hryvnia. What will be the better result for the economy? There is no such research from Minfin. So, for instance, today is the year of roads. So I propose to have year of efficiency because this is the sector which will employ more people, will create more working jobs, working places, and not only in oil and gas sector. So we need justification for such programs. So we received from the fund, mortgage fund and fund for youth construction the justification, and we invited that the programs are not bad but they are small. So let's together unite these efforts and calculate the result. Why committee? Yeah, we are open for cooperation, of course. Of course. So last question, please. Thank you. I have a question as following. Mainly we talked about subsidence and energy efficiency actions for the account saved on subsidies, the balances. After monetization, how come we will deal with those people who do not get the subsidies after payment of utilities in full by tariffs, and tariffs will be very high? Whether these people will be able and to take participation in energy efficiency if it is a block of apartments is concerned. Let's say a condominium is organized, for instance, half are subsidence and 50% who do not get. Should it provoke a conflict between subsidence and other dwellers in this block of apartments? Because other people haven't paid full utility, where they can find additional money for these efficiency measures. Shouldn't be a conflict there. I have a right to respond to this question. When I was preparing to this event and among the thesis, there was that efficiency, this is investment. We need to find money. If 60% of people I started are poor and require subsidy, so the rest 40 will be withholding the burden of all inefficiency of the utility sector. So please understand the tariffs for heat that are established and will start from October. For 80% they are composed from electricity, gas, salary and accruals. So it will be no quality, no efficiency, it will be only the payment for electricity, gas and salary. So Tepleenergo water channels will be employment offices for burning gas and using electricity. This is tariff made poor 60% of people is not stimulating the efficiency, and these 40% in fact, and all the businesses, they are taxpayers, now will be financing the whole inefficient energy center, not the houses or buildings, but also the whole utility system. I will tell you, which will not be within the trend of this forum. I think that unless the fund still is not working and supporting not the subsidies but co-financed from the budget on non-returnable basis for other people, there is no such a program except this small one, then in fact whatever we have until that moment the fund start working. I think we have to review the price of the Ukrainian gas. We rent between populism and cynism. There should be a pragmatism. It should be in part of the incomes of Ukrgazvidobuvanya, because the prices reported for last year, they have 10 billions of income, of profit. So there is some part of losses and income. So Ukrainian gas tripled in its price. So loss making also will be tripled. So, but in terms of profits, it will be 15 billions of hryvnia for Ukrgazvidobuvanya. Should we have had such amount of profit revenues in this year, to have such a percent of profit for Ukrainian company, it should have a profit, but gradually with the overview to the increase of incomes of citizens. And we don't have middle class actually. Middle class, this is a share who supports the reform. So middle class, in result of this increase, we will have 60% of poor. We will not be having a middle class which should move this reform. So I think that the fund should be definitely. We have to go along that way to reduce the unnecessary energy. We should not spend so much energy. But until the moment the fund starts working, we have to have a prevention for this heating season. It's already summer. Since October 15 we should pay in accordance with this tariff. The government should review the tariff for heat energy. I am talking about heat energy, given a possibility for 60% of people on subsidies, but at least 36-40% to be on subsidies. So the majority should be able to pay, not the majority getting the subsidies. Investing into the whole system. So the government should review the tariffs for heat and reduce them to provide the accessibility for services to 60% of people and not vice versa. question of reduction of tariffs is contradictory. How to stimulate the population? It was last question. The question is where to take the money. After the actions, we will have some savings which we can use in order to return the loans, to pay back the loans. So this is for those who are paying and have the money. Последний вопрос был. I would like to add a comment whether the fund will be supporting non-subsidence. Of course, yes. The fund is oriented not only to subsidence, but there are warm loans, other programs, so the subsidence should have additional sources to repay these investment programs. So, especially it deals with the blocks of apartments, multi-storied blocks of apartments, that they together, subsidy and non-subsidence, should get together and understand whether to insulate the block of apartment or not. We overworked more than 25 minutes, so I will make a conclusion of our discussion. As long as I understand the issue of monetizing of subsidies is the mainstream of this discussion, and it requires this solution in a transparent way. All of these actions and ideas should be understandable and clear to common people, Ukrainians, because they are left beyond this process. And this redecision should be highlighted to them. Also, an important issue, not only in the idea of the fund. The processes are important that are stuck in the parliament. What we mentioned about the law on energy regulator, they should move forward. This legislation. This is the first what we need. This is monetization and the projects that are stuck in the parliament. Thank you all. We adjourn our meeting. Bye bye, esteemed colleagues. On behalf of the organizers A7 conference, to greet all the participants for the interest to this event, and I'd like to thank gratitude to Min region, which made a lot that this discussion took place at the level that we had. Also, we are thankful to general partner Epicenter company. Many of you still have opportunity to see the exhibition outside. Please do it. Also, we are grateful to our official financial partner, Savings Bank, UKRAININAN Bank, and IFIs, which implement project in Ukraine, USAID, GIZ, and IFC company in the area of energy efficiency. Thank you all. Да. 6. Почему ты считаешь? Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, 6 часов. С 9.
Почему? 10.
Ну, если чистых 5,
12,
а грязных 6, а грязных 7.
Подожди. 10, 11, 12, час, 2, 3.
Нет, чистых получилось 5 часов. Ну смотри, с 9 до 6 в 10 начали. Раз, два, три,
Не, мы
4,
начали в
5.
9.
Мы начали в 9. Да. Мы просто ждали, пока подъедут те, пока те. Да, мы начали в 9. 6 часов. Так 6 часов это должно быть не...
Ну да.